Pablo, can you please unmute your video and give me a thumbs up if you're on the Spanish side? Okay, he's ready. Thank you. Pablo, if you can start interpreting as soon as the meeting starts. Thank you. My apologies for the delay, Chair Fleming. I think we're ready.
Okay, we see Vice Mayor Rogers. She says she sees, oh, there she is. Okay. All right. Thank you everybody for joining in. I would like to call this January 27 meeting of the City of Santa Rosa Public Safety Subcommittee meeting to order. Would Madam Clerk please call the roll?
Good afternoon. Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Present.
And Councilmember Fleming?
Present. A couple of pieces of housekeeping. One is, can we please promote a City Attorney Gallagher to participant? And then while that's in progress, anybody else who's having trouble getting promoted, please let me know. And if we can just screen the participant view for our members who we know should be in here. All right, so housekeeping. I'd like to remind committee members, of course, to keep your audio on mute unless you're speaking. Staff will remain muted until needing to speak. As members of the public join the meeting, you will be participating as attendees. Your microphone and camera will be muted. Only today's panelists will be viewed during the meeting. If you're calling in from telephone and choose to speak during public comments portion of today's agenda, for privacy concerns, the host will be renaming your viewable phone number to resident with the last 4 digits of your phone number. The City of Santa Rosa is committed to creating a safe and inclusive environment free from disruption. We will not tolerate any hateful speech or actions and are well staffed to monitor that everyone is participating respectfully, or they will be removed. If necessary, we will also immediately end the meeting or call for a recess and try again. City Clerk, would you please explain how public comments will be heard at today's meeting?
After each agenda item is presented, the chair will ask for the committee comments and then open it up for public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the chair has called for public comment, the chair will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you may dial *9 to raise your hand. The chair will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and a timer will appear on the screen for the committee and the public to see. Once all live public comments have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provide live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email or recorded voice message public comment, your email or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting.
Thank you very much. At this moment, I'd like to ask the city attorney where the appropriate place to propose a reordering of the agenda might be.
You may make that proposal now.
Okay, thank you, city attorney. I would like to propose, I move that we reorder item 6.4 to be item 6.1. I don't see a or I do actually. 6.1 and move all items following it, as this is an item for the edification of the community and the public safety subcommittee to understand how we got to where we are now. And what I'll be asking for at the end of this item is feedback on what you see as your priorities and the community's priorities for moving forward with the public safety subcommittee. So I'd like that item to be taken so that we can proceed with our other items in a manner that is informed by that conversation. Can I get a second on that, please?
Second.
City Attorney, do we need to have a vote?
Yes.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, would you please take a roll call vote?
Yes, Councilmember Schwedhelm?
If I can just get clarification. So what I'm hearing you saying 6.4 will become the new 6.1 and then everything else will be in the same order, correct?
It'll be like cutting in line.
Great. Aye.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
And Councilmember Fleming, pardon me.
Aye. Thank you very much. So next we'll move on to public comments on non-agenda items, but that are within the scope of this subcommittee. So this is the time when any person may address matters not listed on the agenda, but which are within the subject matter. The public may comment on agenda items when the item is called. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes. So I will start with raised hands from attendees.
Excuse me, Chair Fleming, if we could have our Spanish interpreter announce that there's a Spanish interpretation, and that they can, when they raise their hand, they can ask for interpretation and then switch over to the Spanish channel and they can have interpretation. Thank you.
Hay interpretación en español disponible y a favor de levantar la mano si quieren hacer algún comentario público y pueden cambiar al canal de español para hacerlo.
Thank you.
Okay, so not seeing any live public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any recorded public comment?
There's no public comment for item 3, public comment on non-agenda matters.
Okay, thank you very much. We have no minutes to approve. And you know, I think I might have made a mistake, and thank you for sticking with me here. I see item 5 as subcommittee objectives and priority setting, and I may need to reorder the agenda again. What I was hoping was that we could have the presentation on from Director Tejas and then move on to item 5. Does any Madam City Attorney, do you have a suggestion on how we proceed with that?
I'm trying to find, so you'd like to move, would you like to move the fifth item up?
Well, what I would like to do is I would like to have item, what is now item 6.1, that presentation, if Director Tejas is available to do that, and then follow it by subcommittee objectives and priority setting.
Okay.
Is Director Tejas on the line right now? Let's see if it's even possible before we go trying to make things happen. Okay, can't hear you, Sean, but I'm getting a yes from your body language. Okay, so let me propose to the subcommittee what I'm trying to do and see if we can get the agenda to follow. I'm trying to get, and I talked with Director Tejas about this before, which is why this item is on here, her to give us an update on how we got to where we are. And then I'd like us to have this discussion. I'm not sure about how to order this in a way that's consistent with the rules of order, though. So perhaps the city attorney could help us out with that.
I'm not sure. I'm understanding that you'd like to take 6.4 first, which you have already gotten agreement to do that.
Right.
And then what is the other change that you wanted to make?
So I'd like to hear a presentation of 6.4 first, and then I'd like to have item 5, which is subcommittee objectives and priority setting, essentially fall into that item or follow that item directly.
You can have it follow that item. So you would rearrange it to add that in.
Yeah.
The agenda that I have in front of me, which is what is currently online, does not identify that.
Okay. So what I'm seeing here is that item 5 is subcommittee objectives and priority settings. So what I propose is that item 6. Or the previous item 6.4 becomes 6.1 and item 5 becomes 6.1A essentially, or 6.2 if we have to do it that way.
Again, I'm online pulling up the agenda that was posted, and I am not seeing the 6.5 that you have. So I don't know if there was an amended agenda.
It's not a 6.5. Perhaps that's the confusion. It's item 5. Subcommittee.
I see. Oh, okay. Subcommittee. I see. I'm sorry. I got confused there. Yes. So you can take it in, you can ask that it be in order of 6.4 and then item 5, and then the rest of item 6, the 6.1, 0.2.3, and 0.5. Yeah, you may ask that and get concurrence from your fellow subcommittee members. I'm sorry for the confusion there.
And I am sorry for the confusion as well. And I hope that everybody is able to follow along here. So my proposal is to take items as Sue suggested. So we'll have item 6.4 become 6.1 and item 5 becomes 6.2, and the rest of the items will follow in the order that they're set forth on the published agenda. Can I get a second, please?
Quick question, does it already matter that we already made a motion to change 6.4 to 6.1 and that's already on the table, or we already approved that, or no?
So that is fine, that 6.4, 6.1. This is another motion that would make item 5, 6.2, and that it would bump down all of the other items in the order in which they are listed, but one down.
You made the motion, second.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Unfortunately, since we no offer of suggestions, my preference would be not picking and choosing which new business we're taking it. Let's just take the subcommittee objectives and priority setting after hearing all new business, because those other 4 items on the new business would may inform my decision on the subcommittee objectives and priority setting. So I can't support hearing that. after just one new business item. So I'd be a no.
Okay. And the reason why I'm suggesting that is because for the benefit, especially of Councilmember Rogers, to be able to hear how we got to where we are before having to make decisions on other items. Can we continue with the vote, please?
Pardon me. Vice Mayor Rogers
Aye.
and Councilmember Fleming.
Aye. Thank you. Okay. So off to a fun start. Here we go. So let's move on to new item 6.1, the Community Empowerment Plan. And I will turn it over to staff.
All right, good afternoon, council members, members of the subcommittee, and members of the public. I am Magali Tellez, the Director of Community Engagement, and we're gonna jump right into this. So if we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So with the Community Empowerment Plan, the way this came about was looking at a number of principles that were going to guide this process. And the plan was developed using the city's principles of community engagement and the spectrum of public participation, which I'll definitely go into with the means of developing a culture that values public engagement. We wanted to really make sure to establish the city of Santa Rosa as a leader in civic engagement with the goal of increasing openness, transparency, and accountability, as well as increasing opportunities for diverse community engagement and effective participation with the specific eye on our BIPOC community. And again, that's Black, Indigenous, people of color, and to build a strong civic infrastructure and help educate people about how to best engage with the city. And for us to learn from community members as well along in that process. Next slide, please. Thank you. So some of the principles that were administered in this process, we're definitely looking at inclusiveness and equity, participation and easy participation. So meeting community members where they were. As you all recall, when we started this process, unfortunately, we had 2 fires, and some of these community members, we wanted to make sure that we reached out to in person, giving, of course, COVID safety guidelines, bringing in transparency, meaningful engagement, and mutual accountability was important. So next slide, please. So this was the spectrum of community engagement that we use. It's often used by many cities that allows us to inform, consult, involve, and collaborate with the means to empower community. I just wanted to add that as of recently, I've been doing a lot of research in terms of how we've been doing community engagement, how to better our practices, how to better our processes. And I did find something I'd like to actually add here, which was the work of Rosa Gonzalez from Facilitating Power. So it's actually, when we have empower, we also want ownership. And what that means is asking these 3 questions of community so that community could feel ownership in this process. And that is, what role will community play in closing equity gaps? What is a collective vision for local community ownership? And what can we be doing now to lay the groundwork for community ownership? So I just want to add, this is of recent, we definitely want to add Rosa Gonzalez's work that she's added to this spectrum of community engagement. Next slide, please. So we have 3 set clear goals that were established when the plan was set into motion this last summer. Goal 1 was to increase constructive and inclusive dialogue between city and our BIPOC community. Our objectives were as follows. 1.1 were to develop a process for regularly sharing progress and updates on this plan and related efforts, which we try to do via our website, our community engagement website. 1.2 is to, by July 31st, 2020, at least 50 leaders have been engaged and plan for broader community engagement is developed. 1.3, by August 31st, 2020, at least 5 community listening sessions are to be completed. And 1.4, by September 30th, 2020, a report on community listening session outcomes would be developed and presented back to community leadership. And by December 31st, 2020, a plan was to be developed for ongoing community engagement opportunities with a focus on 2021. I just want to update folks. Again, due to the smoke and the fires, we were impacted significantly with some of our community listening sessions that actually took place out in the community when we met folks where they were. We also had community members who did not at that point in time really have a good gauge of how to use Zoom, or we're also experiencing some digital destitution issues, which is not having proper broadband access to be able to do meet some of the objectives. And I'll go into where we are in terms of the report towards the end of my presentation. Next slide, please. So goal 2, which was a joint goal with SRPD and to have community provide us with opportunities to review and provide input on SRPD's use of force and community policing policies, with the objective of 1, establishing a forum to provide ongoing input on community policing practices, community issues, and ideas for improvement, which we've done through our listening sessions. Item 2, utilize feedback from listening sessions, one-on-one dialogues, meetings, and councils, public safety subcommittee to update SRPD's use of force policies. And 3, utilize feedback from listening sessions, one-on-one dialogues, meetings, and council's public safety subcommittee to shape the independent police auditor scope of work. If we go to the next slide, please. And with goal 3, we had to establish a feedback loop to gauge effectiveness of efforts with and in the community and among city staff. And those objectives were to train the city staff on opportunities for and levels of community engagement, including reviewing and adjusting based on community dialogue and listening sessions. And we hope to do this also in collaboration, as you will probably hear later in my presentation, with Seed Collaborative to make sure that we have a unified process. Item 2, develop resource strategies to support and optimize community engagement and opportunities related to specific programs, projects, and services. And object 3, evaluate community engagement efforts, loop in educational institutions and local organizations. We've done that by enlisting some folks at Sonoma State University under their administration, staff, some professors, and we've also done that, we're beginning the process of that with Santa Rosa Junior College. And annually report to City Council on community engagement activities and progress towards each goal. This piece, we would like to actually include the community in informing us on what is the best way, what is the best practice of doing this portion. So next slide, please. So here are some outcomes. We engaged with, since the summer, since we started the Community Empowerment Plan, we've engaged with 280 community members, 265 of which were BIPOC community members. Our listening sessions, we had a total of 18 sessions, 215 people engaged in these sessions, 13 BIPOC groups, and 5 sessions were actually follow-up groups. So we've had a number of follow-ups with Sonoma County Lowrider Council, with the NAACP, 100 Black Men. 4 of these community groups were from our African American community, 5 were from our Latin community, 1 was an Indigenous group. One thing that came out of our meeting with our Indigenous group that was really wonderful was, they gifted us that, it's not typical for specifically these members that joined us to participate with government in this way. And so they've also asked if we could use their names publicly because they're very interested in this bridge building with the city to create better engagement with us. And lastly, we had 3 mixed race groups that some of these groups comprised of, restorative justice specialists and educators in these groups as well. So next slide, please. So in total, we had 18 meetings with one-on-one community members, 15 small informal group meetings, and 5 city council meetings from June and July. And I just want to note here for Vice Mayor Rogers that I came in sort of towards the tail end of this portion on July 21st. So just to kind of give you some background on that. And again, some of the meetings were held in person. Next slide, please. So in terms of goal 2, the outcomes that have come from this work with the Community Empowerment Plan is the development of this public safety subcommittee. So far in the year 2020, 4 meetings were held, and the next meeting, of course, is today. Also the development of the Chiefs Community Ambassador team, which they're working on. They've received 3 applications and will be finalizing their process by next month, I believe. And also the conversations and development of a model response to mental illness and homelessness, which is the work that we've been doing with Cahoots and other similar models. Next slide, please. So goal 3 was the adoption of the open government ordinance on December 1st. So we will be addressing transparency issues with the city, developing a citizen guidebook and language access. So last night was a really fantastic moment for myself to actually see our monolingual Spanish speaking community come out to make public comment. So that was very exciting. And the development of the Civic Engagement 101 videos, these videos, which are the themes are being led by our CAB, will basically help people walk through the process of how does one make public comment? What is and isn't public comment? Sometimes community members are not sure if there could be a conversation or how that works. And also just sharing with community members, who are their district representatives, how the city is broken up into districts, and who our leadership here at the city is. We also came up with a multicultural roots project, which is stories from Santa Rosa's BIPOC community. This has been incredibly well received by community members. We've received countless emails from folks, acknowledging this work and this work being important and important for the community. We've been able to feature folks like the Kashaya Pomo shaman, Essie Parrish, Reverend Dr. James E. Coffey, Maria Cardenas, who has been an incredible member in our community and a big part of Yakima, which is a wonderful, beautiful space that we have here in Sonoma County. And additionally, this project that came about from the Sonoma County Lowrider Council, a project that they proposed as a bridge building tool and as a way to, work with the city, work with SRPD, work with our community, and that was the SRPD Lowrider Patrol Car, which again, I just want to mention that we've had countless community members come forward who are very interested in participating in this, in either donating labor and donating parts, and the Lowrider Council has also offered to do fundraising and as well as doing the actual physical labor of putting this vehicle together. So next slide, please. So the next steps for the Community Empowerment Plan is to compile and finish up the community listening sessions final report, which we are currently working on. One item that I think is incredibly important is accessibility of report. Many reports have been done by governments. However, we want to make sure that this is something that young people could look at and completely understand and read, and our entire community is able to access the information on here and ask questions. We will be scheduling and will continue to schedule additional community listening sessions. Those have been ongoing with a lot of the groups that we started with. And we're also working on what is the best way to incorporate other groups. So our focus has been to work with our BIPOC community. So we want to figure out, what are other ways, other BIPOC members that we want to make sure we're reaching out to as well. And then lastly, we have our city contract with Seed Collaborative that is hopefully going to be working with us in this plan. As some folks who have tuned into our meeting last year with Dr. John Powell of the Seed Collaborative, he's offered us a lot of wonderful information about the work that he hopes to be doing with the city as well as Seed on targeted universalism, equity 2.0, which I think is important to note that it's equity where everyone is able to participate in our sort of solution, right? I just want to share a little bit more about what he mentioned as targeted strategies to move everyone to the universal goal while acknowledging that people are situated differently. Secondly, to consider how structures impact achieving universal goals, and also to facilitate bridging and belonging. So we're very excited to be working with them, and also they will be presenting their own plan for SRPD as well as the fire department and the city in general as a whole. So next slide, please. And that is the end of my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Council members, any questions? Okay. Then I think we'll open it up to public comments. Let's see, who do I have here? Evan Phillips. Can we get the timer up, please? Evan?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you all. First, I just want to very much commend the work that, and pardon me if I butcher the pronunciation of the names, Magali Teas, Danielle Garduno, and associated staff members in the city, the unelected people working on this with the empowerment plans. And I'd also just kind of like to point out that if we're talking about systemic change and actual equity and representation, that I hope our elected officials are willing, and the police department, the fire department, et cetera, and their higher ups in the org chart really take into account the level of expertise and professional breadth of understanding that our unelected people who are putting this empowerment plan together have. And it's not just reflecting the community's recommendations and concerns and needs, but these are also people who know what they are talking about. And I don't know if it's true or not, but the impression is given, at least on my side of things as a citizen here, that these might be just sort of feel like performative gestures sometimes, and are not sure that the city and its associated departments are really taking all these things seriously. So I really want to encourage everybody to really listen to the unelected staff more. And then I really have a question about the timetable on the final report. And I would also like to offer help for dissemination of that final report, because while it's really crucial and vital that we've engaged with so many people collectively, you run the risk of discrediting the city and sort of throwing, this outreach process under the bus if there isn't enough follow through and follow up and those dots don't connect well. So it's two parts, it's actually being heard and being listened. It's the implementation that goes associated with that, but then also the connection that is maintained, which was, identified and discussed here in this presentation. And I also have some questions regarding the budget. If I recall correctly, there's a specific line item for just the empowerment plan. And I think the public, I know myself, we're very curious We like to have transparent access to how those funds have been used. Last night, there was mention on the city council meeting of usage, for a lowrider car patrol. Sounds like outsourcing some services for additional equity programs. But if we could get some visibility of what the budget was, what's remaining, and how that's been used, I think people would be greatly appreciative of that. And overall, I just want to go back to how I started that. I really hope our elected people and our people at the top of our org charts truly take into account our unelected staff and the report that they're giving. And I can't wait to see the final report. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Keith Reinhardt, followed by Cox.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Keith.
Well, thank you, folks. Thank you first for moving this to 1 p.m. It's a little easier to get to. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all your work. I wasn't planning on weighing in on this particular item, but I wanted to mention the lowrider car. I just want to mention in terms of the lowrider car that we make sure that the message you want to convey with the lowrider car is conveyed properly. The reason I bring this up is because the unfortunate incident last week where some people took the police flag, and some people were very offended by it, and some people were very offended by the idea that people were offended by it. Certainly we know that most of our police people are very good people, and they do a very hard job, and they work very hard for us to bring us a better community. But I wouldn't want the lowrider car to be interpreted as sort of, well, are you infiltrating our neighborhoods, or are you trying to make cop jobs more glamorous? Because as we all know that children are attracted to bright lights and bright colors and things like that. So I would just caution the committee to make sure that the message that is conveyed by creating this wonderful car, which I think is a wonderful idea, is just that it's the intended message of our public safety services. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Followed by Cox.
Hello, my name is Cox, and I'm kind of coming in this conversation. You said it started with these empowerment plan and getting feedback from the community since the summer, but I'm pretty tapped into the community and I haven't heard about this. So I'm just kind of curious of what type of outreach are you using to advertise this? Or you said that you're working specifically, I've heard you name organizations, but have those meetings been open to the general public? I'm just kind of surprised that we're in January and this is the first time that I've heard about this through, I know Tom knows me. Remember me from when your officer caused me a concussion from a peaceful protest when we shut down city council? Yeah, that took a year off of my life where I had to recover from that. So I see your officers are still on their same line of discrimination, still in their intimidation. And I see you sitting there with your same old face.
Hey, excuse me, Cox.
No, Victoria, I'm going to finish my
comment. That you can address this body, you cannot address or call out council members individually. We are very interested in hearing.
This is my public comment, and I can use it how I wish. And you're infringing on my right now. This is going over the Brown Act, and your
privileges will be removed. I'd invite you to share your comments.
You are infringing on my right to free speech right now. So you said you wanted to hear from the community. Here I am.
Please continue.
Yeah, I was planning on it. So yeah, like I was saying to Tom, you wanted to hear from the community. Here it is. So I would appreciate you not muting a Black woman while she's giving her experience of being left out of this situation where you've been targeting certain organizations. What is this conversation with this lowrider car? I think that's incredibly inappropriate. And then also I'm curious about hearing about the children who are going into these ethnic study classes that are being co-facilitated by police officers. I think that is highly inappropriate. Is that part of this empowerment plan? And so all of the efforts that have been made so far have been shoddy. And then when I see like brought into this conversation, seeing like the flag being raised and these 13 striped flags and things like that, it's really makes me feel like your police department's not receiving any of the information from the community, and they're doubling down on feeling that they're not being appreciated, but they're not being appreciated because they're doubling down on their intimidation and all of their same rhetoric that we've been experiencing from the BIPOC community. So if we could get more transparency around how your budget's being spent and more transparency and advertisement around how you're reaching out to certain communities, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Cox. Lee, followed by Melissa. Lee, are you there? Okay, Lee, we can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself, please? All right, we'll come back to you. Melissa?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead, Melissa.
Awesome. Thank you much for having this meeting. I really just want to echo what some of the previous speakers said about transparency of like how you're reaching out to these communities. I'm pretty tapped in as well, and I haven't participated in any of the listening sessions. I don't know how they're being held. So I would love some transparency on how to get more involved in that. You know, maybe people can volunteer and reach out to you. So maybe just like a better bridging of that with the communities. I'm also interested in why the ethnic studies with the COP program was not mentioned in the report. So I'm kind of curious about how that came to be and what happened to it after, and if it plans to be continued. I'm really interested in that. And yeah, I really would like to see a concerted effort to really bridging these gaps. I feel like right now you have a community, especially people from, you know, the BIPOC community that really want to be involved in these projects and really want to be involved in bridging the gap between, you know, the city and these underserved communities. So I would really love to see better outreach, more transparency, and yeah, more information about what happened with that particular program and how that came to be. So that's my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa. Bibbs, followed by Michael.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, firstly, I want to say that it's very shameful to cut someone off who's talking when they're not even actually swearing at somebody and when they're actually just voicing their concerns with a current elected official who used to be a law enforcement officer. Trying to interrupt somebody like that is very shameful, and you shouldn't be doing that. The other thing is that with community outreach, I'm also tapped into the community, and I don't really know about these listening programs. There absolutely has to be more transparency with that. Very concerning that we're still trying to have a positive, like we're trying to make a positive relationship with police officers when truly, I really don't see the point when their function is to keep people down, keep them down in some kind of like houselessness situation, to take away their things, to keep perpetuating the cycles of the prison industrial complex and white supremacy. They're a symptom of a larger white supremacist system that isn't talked about. And this applies less to Natalie Rogers. I know that you're new here, and I appreciate your time. I appreciate you being here. I would like to hear from everyone else, though. Why don't you talk about combating white supremacist values and combating white supremacy within the institutions themselves? Why do we still try to work within a system that's clearly based to do better for cis white people. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm a trans, non-binary Black person, and day in and day out, I just see so many people being frustrated to the point of not really even being able to speak because we're so tired of seeing the same things over and over again. I'm glad this conversation is happening, but there's got to be so much more done in a short amount of time. Like, we really have to think about true systemic changes. And you have the opportunity to do this. You've had the opportunity to do this. Really consider that. Why are we still working within these systems that have only benefited cis white people? I yield my time.
Thank you. Michael, followed by Lee.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So this is an item about community engagement in a public meeting about that's supposed to bring the community and the police together. So it's completely unacceptable to cut off a Black woman while she's speaking, and while she's speaking about experiences that I'm sorry, I'm gendering here, and that's experience that they've had while, that have happened to them that really need to be talked about, and they're willing to talk about it in a public format. That is not the first time I've seen you cut someone off during these meetings, and it's completely unacceptable. That needs to stop. This is part of the reason why I don't think that there is that level of trust in this community with the community engagement process, because if it's selective about what voices are being heard. So there are a lot of very painful experiences that people have had, and those need to be talked about. So please, please don't do that.
Thank you, Michael. Lee, followed by Bailey.
Can you hear me this time?
I can now. Thank you, Lee.
Thank you. I'm just calling. I'm a community member. I'm calling again. I think first of all, this time of the day is not accessible to the people who need it the most. I wanted to point that out. I think that we know that. I heard someone say, I'm a white woman, but I heard someone who is not white say, how many more listening sessions do you need to expose us to? So I'm really sensitive to that at this moment. I really think the only true community engagement is when the people who are the most vulnerable, who say that, hey, we're the most hurt, are heard, because it indicates that everybody would be heard if they were hurting. And so when we don't see that, there's a cognitive dissonance that happens with us as a collective. And I think the only way for community to engagement to have any healing is to actually really, engage with the community about the human rights violations report, have accountability, start to shift and change, and embrace new ideas, resiliency plans that are actually being embraced by communities all over the country. Change is hard and scary, but the whole thing has been, this last 7 months, again, has echoed what happened in the 60s, and it was all because of police brutality. So this time, we need to move to different possibilities. We need to be accountable as community members for one another. Our leadership needs to be accountable to things like human rights violations reports. Our community needs to build trust through accountability and through putting money into programs like the Cahoots, like things that are already starting. It's already happening. It's just that it just needs to keep going forward in healing, and true healing means really looking at the hard truth of that human rights violations report. I don't think anything else will do to do healing for everyone in the community. So thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Lee. Bailey, followed by Chris.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Bailey.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Bailey. I'm a community member here, and I would like to echo the statements of most previously before me. Yeah, there. As far as a community empowerment plan and engaging the community, I think that there needs to be some serious listening to the people that have been hurt and that are continued to be hurt by the systems that are in place. I think a good step would definitely be finally looking at that human rights violation and to have some accountability there, especially from the SRPD. That is gone on. That happened a while ago and it still has not been addressed. And it seems as if the council is continuing to just push it off and push all these things off. The time is now. I would like to yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey. Chris, called by Tavi. Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. And also the person up next, her name is Tavi, not Tavi. You're welcome. I am also someone that is pretty active in the local community, and I have never heard of any of these outreach conversations. So I really feel like you guys are not doing a good job making those public enough, because I think that there should be more voices heard than what, like 300? I don't remember what was on that slide. I also wish you guys were a little bit more transparent about the money that is going into that lowrider program, because honestly, I think there are bigger issues in the police forces here that money could be spent on, you know, like, I don't know, maybe some like cultural sensitivity training, maybe, I don't know, their mental health, since they're out here like in the streets beating us up and shit. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that. And also, I know you don't like to be directly spoken to, Victoria, but don't ever cut a Black woman off like that again. You are the only one on the screen right now that is not muted outside of everyone else here. You could at least have some respect and mute yourself while everyone else is speaking. And also, I do have a question about like, Tom, like, why are you always here? Like, you don't do anything. You're just sitting here staring at the screen. You never participate in conversations. You're just, I don't understand. Goodbye.
Chris, followed by Colin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Colin.
Cool. My name is Colin Metcalf. I'm a lifetime Santa Rosa resident and Sonoma County. I agree with a lot of the things that the folks prior to me have said. I'm not going to rehash what they have to say. They already said it better than I could. I kind of wanted to drill into a very specific point. And this is partially because I've been trying to attend these public safety subcommittee meetings as often as possible. And there was something in the community empowerment plan that I hadn't noticed before. Maybe that's, I just wasn't paying close enough attention, so that could entirely be my fault. It was the positions that are gonna be selected for the Chiefs community something team, community, I don't know, maybe you can talk about it. But are these new positions that are gonna be added to what I'm assuming is the police force? I would assume that when you use the word chief, you mean Police Chief Navarro. If part of the community empowerment plan is to select a team of cops to go out and talk to the community about why the community shouldn't be afraid of cops, that's adding money to the police department. Like, I'd like some clarification on that. And maybe I need to just go into the documents that you often have linked in the website. I'm sure there's a detailed write-up there, so I'm going to be looking at that post this meeting, but maybe some clarifications for the folks who don't want to have to dig through all that paperwork, because it can be densely written at times. So just some clarification on that would be great. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Colin. And apologies if I get the name incorrectly, Tavi. Okay, there you are. Tavi, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
I apologize. Sorry, I kept lowering my hand. It's Shantavi, Tavi for short. I appreciate you all doing this presentation. I do have to say, as a woman of color, a mother, an activist, and a mentor, I grew up in Roseland neighborhood, and the fact of the matter that the Cops in Schools program, the pilot program, was presented to the West Side, I find very disturbing. Especially after Andy Lopez, you've already diminished the trust on the West Side. And as we continue to fight for transparency, accountability, and just fair communication, we continue to be told that that's not available to us. Along with that, MLK Day just passed, and there was a letter written to speak against white supremacy in our community, to keep BIPOC safe, and there was no law enforcement that signed that letter. So you tell me why. If we're trying to create communication between the people and law enforcement, why did law enforcement not show accountability? This represents even the false narrative of the Measure P campaign, the No on Measure P campaign that was run. You continue to speak about transparency, but yet we are continuing to do the work as the people. We continue to ask the questions. The fact that I'm a mother, a single mother, a brown woman in this community on the West Side, and there has been no letter sent to parents, even discussing a pilot program, is disgusting behavior. And I say that because you're slipping our children a propaganda pill. This in turn is without our consent, and you cannot cherry pick the voices when we have a voice and we keep us safe. Again, with cruising, I do know that with the lowriders that there was a listening session done. I will not speak on that other than, making a law against cruising in the first place was to oppress the Latinx community, the Chicano community. And so I find it very performative, the actions being taken. We do need more transparency. We need to bridge the gap. But how can we do that if you've not even gained our trust? You haven't even spoken out against white supremacy.
Thank you, Tavi. And I'm going to close public comment unless we have, do we have any email or pre-recorded public comment? Oh, you know what, before we get to that, we've got two new hands up, so we'll keep public comment open. Daniela, followed by Alice.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, hi. So my name is Danielle. I also go by Daniela. And I just first wanted to say thank you for doing this and thank you for being here. I do want to echo what some of the previous commenters have said. Let's see, specifically regarding what Tavi just mentioned with this letter that I myself signed as well. Why don't we have law enforcement signatures on that letter? This is a letter saying we unequivocally condemn the violence that occurred on January 6th, and we commit to keeping BIPOC people, Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our community safe. So I think if you want to help build a bridge or repair the relationship between law enforcement and the community, especially the community of color, then you need to sign that letter. And there is a second chance. You can go ahead and actually do that. And I think that would be a really excellent first step. Also, I have a question. Colin Metcalf mentioned, I think he might be talking about the Chief Community Ambassador team. I was just looking at some links that you had attached. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that. a little bit, like what that is going to do. Is that going to be hiring people through the police department to then be ambassadors for the community? I'm just wondering what the thought process is there. And ethnic studies with a cop, I don't know why that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm thinking that if you want to do ethnic studies, you need to have people of color who have studied ethnic studies to come in and do a class on that, not an officer. That just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm really wondering what the thought process was there. And yeah, I think, you know, Martin Luther King also said we live in two Americas. There's one America for white people, and then there's another America for people of color. And that is, I mean, I know we might not like to hear or speak about white supremacy, but that's what we're talking about here. And we want to dismantle it and end it. We want our people of color, Black people, Indigenous people, people of color in the community to feel safe, and they don't. So that's what we need to really address here. And yeah, thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Daniela. Alice?
Thank you very much, Ms. Fleming. Excuse me. Thank you for this meeting, and I really appreciate the comments of everyone who's spoken before me. I'm learning so much from your comments and really appreciate people speaking their hearts and minds and wisdom from lived experience. And I'm brand new to this process in Santa Rosa, and I just want to ask, it seems like this meeting has perhaps not been planned with representatives of community of color organizations. And I don't know if that's the case, but if that is the case, it seems like each future meeting should be planned with representatives from many organizations, from communities of color, and to ensure that outreach, that the format, everything about the meeting has been planned in a collaborative manner with members of the city staff and council, learning from the community. And also on the topic of police officer in an ethnic studies class, that horrifies me. I know that if I were in a women's studies class and a police officer walked in, I would be enraged. And it would make more sense for representatives, experts on ethnic studies issues and racial justice be speaking at the police department instead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice. Kelsey?
Hi there. My name is Kelsey Vero. On the issue of the community empowerment plan, I believe I'm correct that this is the survey I saw on the plan was put out at some point with like the 5 pillars of the future planning, including things like racial justice, whatnot, if I'm correct about where the community empowerment plan has come from. People mentioned the outreach about it, and I remember when it was going by thinking that it was a good opportunity for input, but it was not well advertised, and most people I talked to who are engaged didn't know about it on the deadlines and whatnot. So definitely that's one of the issues in terms of advertising it that has been mentioned. And then otherwise, I've been trying to think when I'm listening to the comments what the underlying issue around the empowerment plan is. And I think that part of it is that in the context of bureaucracies, frequently what happens is this incremental change and discussion of, obviously it takes a lot of time and things are set for a meeting in months, or it's going to take years, and all of that can be the way that the slow grinding of bureaucracy happens. But I think what I think is completely missing from it is the acknowledgement of what harm is actively being done, what policies are and practices in the community are actively harmful, and sort of the accountability around that. So there's a question of what we want to see improved, and these small reforms or committees made or task forces and things like that. All of that is important to be doing, but I don't see this listening that is about the hurt and the pain that community members speak out about. If it's police brutality, if it's poverty, the treatment of the unsheltered in our community, like where is the accountability around the harm that's being done and speaking directly to basically mistakes that have been made in our policies in the past in order to move forward. And I think that's part of where the trust is broken. So I just wanted to speak to that and say that that's part of where the pain and outrage that you're hearing is coming from. And maybe with that, we can move forward. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Kelsey. Resident 4196, followed by Zoe. Resident 4196, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
My name is Eddie Alvarez, Rosa. What I just heard on the call is regards to the lowrider vehicle. We were informed that the cost of the vehicle is actually the ticket of it, the improvements of it is actually being picked up by the community who requested that this be done. So it's not money that we're taking from something, or that's being taken from something and put to something else. That must be stated. In regards to the comments that I just heard towards the council members, it's very important that my community understands that we are demanding respect for ourselves and our fellow members. And in doing so, we must also acknowledge that we must give respect. And after being heard for so long, I think it's only right that we show exactly how we want to be treated. And we demand that. And with that being said, please reach out to your elected officials. Understand that I know for a fact they want to work with you, especially the ones that you're seeing before you. So it behooves us in absolutely no way for us to ridicule each other, for us to condemn each other and accuse each other. This is the opportunity that you have the most progressive council in Santa Rosa's history. I recommend that each one of us work together for the bigger picture or towards reaching that bigger picture. I think it's feasible. I think we have great community leaders that can do just that. So I would like to see respect given, respect earned, respect reciprocated. That is all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Zoe.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Zoe.
All right, thank you so much for this meeting. Thank you all for being here. I'd like to echo all of the comments and concerns of the constituents in this meeting, and also of all the public comments. And I would just like to say that there is such a problem with the Santa Rosa Police Department, especially acknowledging that white supremacy exists even in this community. I'm pretty active in this community. I'm an advocate for unsheltered folks, and I engage with the officers pretty frequently. And I do have on camera one of the officers specifically saying that he does not believe that white supremacy even exists within this community. And he compared the violations on human rights that the officers committed over the summer during the George Floyd and Breonna Taylor protests. he compared those violations and those actions to telling somebody to move from a falling branch. And if they get hurt, it's their problem. That is gaslighting. And I need you all, and I know I just heard Eddie Alvarez speak, and I wanted to thank him for bringing all of that up. I need you all to really think about and discuss about how you can root this out of your institution, how you can really acknowledge and admit that white supremacy is very prevalent in the ways that you are governing. I just wanted to drive home that point, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zoe. And before we continue on with public comment, we have a request to give a moment to turn over our Spanish language translation. So we will be taking a brief break, and our clerk will let us know when we can come back. Thank you.
Interpreter Charles, can you please turn on your camera and give a thumbs up to show that you're on the Spanish side? Thank you. Okay, Chair Fleming, we're ready to begin again. Thank you for your patience.
Are we ready to resume?
We are ready when you are. Thank you.
Great. Do we need to do a roll call, or is that considered as just a pause?
We can do a roll call.
Okay. Please.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember Fleming.
Present. Thank you. So let's continue with public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any pre-recorded public comment?
There's no voicemail public comment on item 6.1.
Thank you very much. I want to bring it back to the closed public comment and bring it back to the subcommittee. I want to make a quick notation here and thank all participants and let you know that this was, I appreciate your grace. This was my first time conducting public comment for a city meeting, and I'm learning as I'm going. And I appreciate all opinions, those of which I agree and don't agree. And please forgive me for being sensitive when attacks on the physical characteristics of one of the members are made. However, I understand that all voices must be heard, and going forward, I hope that you can feel that this is a welcoming and inclusive place for both community members and subcommittee members to participate. So with that, I want to extend My apologies to Ms. Cox, and move forward, bringing it back to the committee for your comment. Questions first and then comments. Do we have any questions from the subcommittee?
I have some, oh, that's me, right? I have some clarification questions that were brought up during public comment. And if there are not answers to them, if we can get some answers, that would be great. One would be—
Excuse me, sorry, Ms. Vice Mayor Rogers. I just want to make sure I've got a hand up from the clerk, and I just want to make sure that we're not missing a housekeeping piece. Do you mind if we defer to that?
No problem.
Sorry about that. Sandy?
Thank you. My apologies. I should have done this before. I wanted to announce and ask our interpreter to announce that the Spanish language channel is now back up for use, and that people can call when they raise their hand. They will need to switch over to the Spanish channel, or from the Spanish channel, when they wish to make their public comment. And if our interpreter could announce that the Spanish channel is available.
Bueno, como se ha mencionado, vamos a tener interpretación en español para esta reunión. Si les gustaría participar, pueden levantar la mano. También pueden levantar la mano para hacer comentarios usando estrella 9. Pueden presionar el enlace de abajo que parece un globo para escuchar esta reunión en español.
Thank you very much. Apologies for the interruption. Vice Mayor, please continue.
Thank you. So one of the questions was, what is the time frame for the listening sessions? What is the time frame to compile a report, and when will that be available?
Yes, so I just want to make sure I understood your question correctly. So the listening sessions were held from June to December, and the time frame to get the report out, we are hoping to do that at some point next month. The situation where we're at right now is in the accessibility piece. We want to make sure that it's something that all community members can it's readable for everybody.
Okay. And then there was another question about how are people invited to the meetings, and I was just taking notes, I'm sorry. So when they had questions, I'm like, oh, good question. How are people invited to the listening
Sure. And thank you for asking that question. Actually, what was done was we reached out to community members whom specifically in the BIPOC community, and then drilling down even more to folks who don't know how to navigate forums such as public comment, who have never participated in city council in this way. So that's why we did reach out to groups like CBI Roseland, and also we met folks at Bayer Farm Park. We also met people in South Park. So we selected community members who are experiencing digital destitution and or do not know how to navigate these spaces, or we didn't have that functionality set up quite yet for community members to make public comment in Spanish. So we really try to recruit community members there. And then also with our indigenous community who doesn't normally participate in government in these ways, we've reached out to them as well. There were also organizations that were invited. So again, those were CBI Roseland, also 100 Black Men, and AACP. So there was a combination of organizations and also community members that came together.
Okay. And how did the ethnic studies with the COP, that program, how was it developed? Have we tried something similar before in the past, or?
Sure, that's a great question. Unfortunately, I don't know. I haven't been with the city enough to know if we've tried something similar to that in that way. And so the concept, and I recognize on a number of forums that it was my mistake to call it ethnic studies because of what it means to the community members who work to decolonize education. The program should have been called the Multicultural Roots Junior Project, which is more reflective, which is more reflective of what we were engaging with the youth. And also to clear up some of those questions that came up, the officers did not administer the curriculum. The curriculum was administered by staff member Gustavo Mendoza, who has a significant experience working with youth and a background in restorative justice.
So what was the purpose of the officers being there? If they weren't, I'm sorry, just point of clarification. Sure. What was the purpose of them being in the room?
Sure. So throughout the community listening sessions, and also I offer for community members, please, they're on our website under community empowerment plan, under community engagement. There are listening summaries from the listening sessions, and you will find that community members frequently mentioned that they were looking for opportunities in order to build bridges with our law enforcement to engage in positive interactions starting at an earlier age. So these were recommendations that were coming from community members.
Okay, and I think this is my last one. Clarification on the Chiefs Community Ambassador team. How did we recruit for that? Since you said, I believe it was 43 applications. What's the process? Is it a paid position? And what exactly will they do?
Sure, that's a great question, and I don't want to take that from Chief Navarro because his team we've been working together on it, but in terms of the outreach, we've been sharing it on the various channels that we have, our social media, I believe also our City Connections page, and we've been talking about it at many of our listening sessions, but I know Chief has more information about that.
Yes, thank you. So very good question, Vice Mayor Rainer Navarro, Chief of Police. We had initially planned upon my appointment to begin some type of panel or team compiled of residents who could provide feedback and speak with me personally on issues in the community and just get a better pulse on what's going on. And as we went through this year, we were able to develop an application process. We sent out information over social media and received information back through the Community Empowerment Plan. And we received 43 applications. We're in the middle of going through those right now. I'm going to be having some interviews with some people. It is not a paid position. It is voluntary. And we are looking at, basically it's designed to be a bridge between the police department and the community to provide better information, build relationships, and to get out to the community members that they are in contact with and build those contacts and relationships. So that's the background, and we hope to have that starting up here in the spring.
Thank you.
Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Magali, for that presentation. A couple questions. I also had questions about the timeline, about when might we see this report, and some of my questions will tie into that. So having listened or participated in many of the listening sessions, some of the conversations we had just scratched the surface on. I know I asked some individuals, what would it take to make so that you would feel safe in this community? And we were never able to actually take the next steps there. Some of the times I would even ask them, okay, if you were the mayor of Santa Rosa, what would you be doing now? Getting to those action steps. Can you share with me where you see those actual next steps fit in? Will that be part of the community empowerment plan with action steps, or are we just going to continue the listening sessions and actually having more dialogue sessions?
Sure, that's a great question. So we will be continuing the listening sessions. Those will be ongoing. In terms of the report, we do want to include those pieces where people were speaking about, some of the things that made them feel safe, or, if the light on X street worked, or, some of these other sort of infrastructure items that came up. So we are going to be including that in our report so that we could get the best overall picture of what the community members that participated, what fell under safety for them, all the different safety categories, as well as recommendations and suggestions from community members that participated. And I also just want to briefly add that we have been listening very closely to public comment. So we are taking into account what community members are stating during public comment at city council meetings, as well as the subcommittee meetings as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
And if I could just say one more thing, I'm sorry, I think I want to answer just to some community member questions, but I just wanted everyone to know that the work that is outlined on the community empowerment plan, that's not everything that community engagement is doing. This morning, via our violence prevention partnership program, which is part of community engagement, we had the honor to have Dr. Sharon Washington and her presentation on tipping the scales, deconstructing race and racism. And within that, she also did address gender bias. So we had an incredible participation of over 300 community members participate in that conversation that is explicit, where we do talk about white supremacy and racism and institutions and how that affects us as a community. So I'd like for the community to understand that we are also doing that. That work is happening. It's not necessarily included. And I would love to speak to anyone who has more questions. My email is mthayes@srcity.org if anyone has any follow-up questions regarding that. And it will be available on our website.
Thank you, Magali. That's what I wanted to emphasize. Having attended, it was a wonderful presentation from Dr. Washington. And the key point is, it is going to be on the website where you can watch the entire presentation. And it is a lot of self-reflection. And for me, it was great that, as we start, you mentioned a couple of times with the SEED Collaborative, and Mr. McGlynn has shared with us too, it's going to take time and energy and effort from all of us, because I really think it starts with us as an individual, and then how do we change the culture of not only the organization of the city of Santa Rosa, but our entire community. So thank you for mentioning that. And I really encourage everyone, once it's up on the webpage, to follow along with the presentation. A lot of valuable information.
Thank you, Mr. Schwedhelm, and thank you, Ms. Tellez. Could you spell your email out for the community, please?
Sure, and thank you for asking that, because other people spell my last name differently. It's mtelles@srcity.org.
Thank you so much. And this question is kind of a general one, which is, what do you see as some of the most helpful things moving forward that we can do to ensure that as many residents as possible of the city of Santa Rosa feel safe?
Yes, I appreciate the question. I think that I understand the community's frustration with feeling like we've been doing a lot of listening sessions, but I promise you that every single time we continue to do these listening sessions, we learn something new about how to communicate with community. What are the best mechanisms to get a hold of folks and to get the information out there? One huge lesson was in speaking to our monolingual Spanish community of what are the different modalities that we need to use as a city to reach out to them. And some of them are not, our Facebook page. Some of them are not, social media related. And so taking those things into account and understanding that safety means something different for each community. And also understanding that BIPOC community members are not a monolith, specifically on the Latino community. We all kind of fall in different spaces of the spectrum, and we have a very diverse thought and what we bring to the table based on our experiences and what we bring to it. So I think in terms of the city, we are taking all of the steps. And one item that I did not necessarily mention, but I think is important to note, that the city is in the process. We just closed on the 26th for the application for the equity officer position. So with the equity officer position, that's going to be working with the city, with Seed Collaborative, with the work that community engagement is doing in listening, but listening intently and listening to not just empower, but for ownership, so that community can feel that ownership. That's the direction we want to go in. And I completely understand community members being frustrated, but I know that we are in the right direction. And I appreciate everyone's comment and everyone's energy today.
Thank you. One of the questions I get from the community, and I have a challenge answering myself, is, and hopefully you can explain this for us, is what piece does the Seed Collaborative do? What piece does the community empowerment plan do? What piece does the equity officer do? And how do all of those pieces work together so that we know who's got what part of the wheel, or if we're building and reinventing multiple wheels at the same time?
Thank you. And I think I'm going to forward that to City Manager. I see you.
So I think that we are in the process of developing that. I think it's going to, over the next few weeks, we're going to talk very specifically during goal setting about some of those roles and responsibilities. We're waiting to finalize the contract with Seed Collaborative right now. Hopefully that will be finalized very, very shortly, and they'll be on board, and we will be bringing back a work plan that outlines this, these exact areas for the council, and regular check-in points for the council during their engagement.
Thank you. In addition to keeping the council informed, you know, like I said, these are questions that I'm getting from the public. So if it could be, because it's not intuitive, you know, who does what, and I don't think that there is any intentional obfuscation of the information. I think that we're learning as we go, but if it can be placed prominently on the city's website, I think that would go a long way to letting our public know where we're at with this.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. That's all the questions that I have. So unless there's anything else from the members of the subcommittee or staff, I believe that we're ready to move on from this item. We've got one item done. So thank you very much. So now we will move on to subcommittee objectives and priority settings. And this is an opportunity for a discussion amongst the subcommittee members about what types of things we would like to see on what we envision the scope to be, what the purpose of this committee is, and where we'd like to see it go. So not seeing Ms. Rogers, I am going to, oh, there she is. Okay, oh, little snack time. All right, we all get hungry, don't we? Given that Mr. Schwedhelm's mouth is not full, we'll ask him, put him on the spot. What do you think about where we should be going from here?
Right. So for me, the intent of this Public Safety Subcommittee meeting was to assist staff and council with further exploration that are of interest to the entire council. And as we've been populating these agendas since inception, that's the kind of model that we do. What would be helpful if we want to start prioritizing, you know, and again, with the new business with Cahoots, that's I know a lot of progress has been there. And my hope is that we would prioritize some things over the other. But there's also that balance. I think this would be a healthy conversation for the entire council to see what would you like us to be able to do. And I think a big thing is the prioritization. What is going to be the most important for this community that we address in this subcommittee as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
Well, ultimately, not specifically, ultimately, I like to see us go with the goals of the council. Continuing to get input from the community about the way that we're going. And I would like to see some wholeness within our community again. So however we can make that happen, I think we have a lot of wonderful people in our police department, and we have a lot of wonderful, passionate people in our community. And I think that we need to figure out a way to make us whole, because this is tearing us apart. So however we can do that, that would be my goal, and definitely the Cahoots model, but is having the space and the opportunity for our community members to give us their input to make us whole again.
Thank you. And to that end, you know, somebody said something last night about there being one Santa Rosa, and that is my goal, is that we have a Santa Rosa that meets the needs of the various community members, and understanding that not everybody is in the same place and has the same needs, but that we can all be Santa Rosans and all feel safe in the policing that is done, and that we have robust community participation. I think that Mr. Swedhelm was perhaps wise in suggesting that we might have taken up this item later after we pass through some things, and that we'll be better informed to do so later on in the meeting. But I did want to make a space for the community to weigh in on what direction we go. And even if we don't come out with a robust plan, which it doesn't look like we will at this point, what we can do is at the end of future meetings, we can have upcoming meeting items as an agenda placeholder, and allow for the community and for council members or subcommittee members to add on their ideas of what would be appropriate next steps. So as this is an item, I will open it up for public.
Can I have one more question just for my colleagues on the subcommittee? How do you see our conversations, council conversations on February, 17th, we're hearing from the community, and 18th and 19th about setting goals and priorities, almost like what Victoria, you were saying about how these different pieces intersect together. How do you see the goal setting intersect with what the task of this subcommittee would be?
That's a great question. And a real softball, if I'm going to be honest, Tom.
Well, again, I say it because not every member of the community understands that there's a great opportunity. I've been sharing it with many folks on the 17th, 18th, and 19th to listen in. That is a priority setting, and that does intersect here. So,
yeah, and I think that we'll be largely informed by that. Last year, even though it was only a few months ago, diversity, equity, and inclusion was a priority for the council, and so I think that that informs the work that we do here. I think also, you know, going forward, depending on how things come out with a potential charter review or general plan update, those might inform how we look toward having the police auditor, which we'll take up later today, and also whether that's a chartered position or also, you know, whether we have citizen oversight and things like that. So definitely want to take the temperature of the entire council, because we have, you know, a once in a decade opportunity with the charter coming up to sort of codify and bring to not just the council, but to the whole public, a chance to say, how do you, as an entire city, you can vote on how you want us to manage and have oversight. And there's no better opportunity than at the ballot box to tell us how you want to do it. It's not just us sitting in our living room saying what we think. It's you mailing in and telling us how to govern you, because ultimately we work for you. So I'm looking forward to those conversations. Ms. Rogers?
Same.
All right. Anything else before I open up public comment? All right, with that, I'll open public comment, and I see one hand raised from Bonnie. Bonnie, followed by Cox.
Okay, Chair Fleming, if you don't mind, I wanted to read the instructions
Yes,
for members of the public.
Of course.
We're now taking public comment on subcommittee objectives and priority setting. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes for your comment and a countdown timer alert at the conclusion of that period. If you're participating in the meeting from the Spanish channel in Zoom, we have an interpreter on standby on the English channel to assist during your public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please be sure to pause throughout your comment to allow for interpretation. Those using interpreter support will be afforded additional time for your public comment as required by the Brown Act. For Spanish speakers, at the time you hear your name called, turn off the Spanish channel to make your public comment. This icon looks like a circle with an ES in the middle and the word Spanish underneath. And now I'll turn the time over to our first speaker.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Bonnie.
Yes, my name is Bonnie Hogue. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. And members of the Public Safety Subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to make a statement. I was going to actually read this a little later in the agenda, but I feel like it's pretty urgent right now, especially given the presentation I just saw. I applaud the city's inquiry into the CAHOOTS program and heartily endorse implementing such a program in Santa Rosa. Chief Navarro admitted during a listening session that the #1 call SRPD gets is related to homeless individuals. If trained social workers rather than SRPD officers can handle even some of these calls, it cannot but help put us on track to change our approach to this issue, which will help achieve a better outcome. With respect to the police auditor position, the city must immediately create a citizen police oversight board reporting directly to the city council, not the city manager. Citizen oversight is essential for police transparency, accountability, and reform. Police departments don't reform themselves, regardless of what their PR campaigns promise. Citizens must take the lead responsibility in working with government and law enforcement to enact meaningful police reform. The police response to last summer's racial justice protests in Santa Rosa resulted in a number of lawsuits and considerable community outrage. The voters of Sonoma County passed Proposition P, which strengthens oversight of the Sheriff Department. Chief Navarro has commented on poor morale in SRPD. Understandable. Relations with the community are fractured. Reform is needed. The most effective way to heal this fracture is transparency and accountability, and these are best achieved with a community-based citizen police oversight board. I urge you to make this a priority and to work with the city council to urgently create this very needed citizen police oversight board. You asked what would make me feel safe? Having such a police oversight board with teeth, something that I feel would knit the community and law enforcement together. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Cox?
I see that it says here, if you've already made a public comment, please do not raise your hand again, but they're different separate items, so that doesn't really make sense. I think the suggestion of changing that wording should happen. I feel like with asking the community to provide a person, a BIPOC or a community representative who is going to be in a volunteer position, not only do I think that is inappropriate because you're expecting free labor from the community, but also you're relying on that free labor of that potentially BIPOC community member having to go out into their community and, you know, basically be a middleman for what the community should be empowered to do. And what y'all should be making more accessible is how to file police complaints directly, how to file complaints with staff members of city council, elected and non-elected. And also just, I find it very tokenizing that you would just continue to try to make us do free labor for y'all. And it's like, not all skin folk or kin folk. You know, I think it's very tokenizing to be like, okay, well, this one person is going to speak on behalf of an entire community. It's not the case, as we see on Fox News. And when you expect that free labor from us, understand that that impacts us historically, where we're already have provided a lot of free labor to this country. So I feel like we're just speaking in circles around what's really important, and what really needs to be prioritized is a need to be looking into our police officers and seeing if there's an ability to audit all police officers and search into their gang affiliations, their white nationalist affiliations, their domestic terrorist affiliations, the groups that they're aligned with, the type of social media that they engage with. because I think that's really what would make me feel safer in this community is a complete audit of the police officers, each individual officer and any individual officer that wants to go into law enforcement in Sonoma County, in Santa Rosa, at the JC, at college campuses to be audited completely for their social media and their affiliations to domestic terrorism. In fact, you know, I think what's on my mind, really what I want to say is where was Tom on January 6th? I think it's on everybody's mind. Where were you, Tom, on January 6th? I think we need a complete audit of every staff member and anyone who's an elected official and anyone who's serving as a police officer to be audited for their affiliations to white supremacy, to white nationalism, and to domestic terrorism. Thank you.
All right, seeing no additional, okay, Zoe.
Hello, can you hear me?
Indeed, please.
Okay, hold on a second here. I have some things to say. So as a on-the-ground volunteer at Acts of Kindness, Sonoma County Acts of Kindness, I would like to officially request an urgent, immediate aid to the unsheltered, an emergency stop to illegal sweeps and human rights violations, destruction of belongings, and eviction. We urgently request COVID-safe warming tents and winter shelter immediately, sanitation and trash receptacles at encampments, and also sufficient housing. My position is to abandon residents under these conditions, and to apply aggressive police presence to encampments is state violence. Deprivation of well-being and aid and basic rights equates to state violence. The inadequacies of city and county shelters and the lack of placement services is a willful act of state abandonment. So I'm asking you all to prioritize this need immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Omar? Omar, are you with us?
Good afternoon. This is Omar Figueroa. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm a lawyer here in Sonoma County, and I'm calling to speak out in favor of having civilian oversight of law enforcement, and that should be an objective and a priority for you this year. Also addressing the issue of criminalization of the unhoused should also be an issue, because in terms of public safety, trying to deal with this issue by putting people in jail and turning the jails into a rotating criminal justice system is not a wise use of taxpayer dollars. There are better solutions to that. And it's important for public safety to weigh in on how criminalizing the homeless is not the way to go forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Omar. Through the clerk, do we have any, Tavi? Tavi. I apologize, Tavi. I'm just getting your name wrong every time. Tavi, followed by Evan.
Hi there. So just so you remember how to say my name, it's Tavi or not Tavi. That will help you.
Thank you, Tavi.
You're welcome. I just want to reiterate what Cox has said. What basically they have said needs to be really heard. And I know that it may sound repetitive to you all, but the repetition of violence and oppression that BIPOC deal with in Sonoma County has gone too far. What we need to look at, and I'm going to repeat it again, is that we need to audit law enforcement, and we need to find affiliations to white supremacy. That is bottom line what we could do to keep us safe. And Victoria, you did say we work for you. If you work for the people, then you need to keep the people safe. And this includes your most marginalized. This includes your unsheltered. This includes your Black, Indigenous people of color. This includes your LGBTQIA+. That's bottom line what we need to do as a community. You know, this is really important that we need a public statement from law enforcement. And I'm going to reiterate that. We need a public statement from law enforcement dismantling white supremacy. We need a public statement from law enforcement ever since the peaceful protest, that the Porsche that ran through peaceful protesters was wrong. We are tired of the white community getting slaps on the wrist. They need to be accountable. And then we need to keep our law enforcement accountable. Along with that, you know, back to our unsheltered and back to what Zoe was saying, I want to reiterate that we are in a climate crisis. We are in a social pandemic crisis with people worrying about evictions. The unsheltered population will grow if we do not do something. It is the bare minimum to be housed and fed. We need to keep our people safe by all means necessary. And with that said, I don't know how much time I have, but yesterday was Angela Davis's birthday. And this is a woman, an educator, and she said, prisons do not disappear social problems. They disappear human beings. Homelessness, unemployment, drug addiction, mental illness, and illiteracy are only a few of the problems that disappear from public view when the human beings contending with them are relegated to cages. I want you all to sit with that. Out of sight, out of mind doesn't work anymore. We see it, we hear it, we're here to change it. And we need to do this together as a community.
Thank you, Tavi. Evan, followed by Colin.
I've switched devices. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. You know, if this item is about objectives and priority setting for public safety, there's just kind of a gross oversight that jumped out at me, two of them really. All solutions point back to the same answers, which is budgeting and resources. If you're talking about safety, it's in the best interest of any community to invest the best models, practices, and the most resources in preventative measures rather than responsive measures. It's wonderful. I'm so glad that Cahoots is something that's being adopted and part of our responsive nature and improving those practices. But wouldn't we all like to live in a world that has less need for emergency call and actually has safer people, which has to account for holistic wellness and holistic justice of what that looks like? So it's interesting to me, that comes down to two things. So if we're talking about priorities, how Santa Rosa Police Department is funded, the amount they're funded with, what they do with the funding are very curious things. For example, you know, an easy line item I've picked on a lot this year is vehicles and how much money you spend annually on vehicles versus violence prevention. And it's extremely hard to maintain credibility with the community when we can do dollar for dollar comparisons like that. I don't have the figures in front of me, but I'm just speaking more conceptually when we're talking about priorities. The other part of this is the unions. I have come to a shift in my own personal view, being very involved in this community, that I don't think it's necessarily Chief Navarro or Santa Rosa Police Department institutionally that is resistant to these cultural shifts. It is the function of the unions and the amount of influence they have to empower these quote unquote bad apples and associated labor law that makes it very difficult for the department or the city to hold people accountable in a way that frustrates the community greatly. But that is the dot that is not being connected. There has to be something, and it may have to come from a state or federal reform, but the amount of influence and power that the union has over functional policy it has to come to an end. And until you address the cultural issues of a union that would support, you know, I know, you know, Measure P was a county measure, but these are people, you know, who support blatant lies, you know, calling their campaign transparent snow when they're literally opposing transparency. And the thing is, people are paying attention now. And if elected and unelected people want to maintain their positions, be servants of the people as they're supposed to be and intended to be, and want to have credibility, you're going to have to confront some of these things head on and Councilmember Schwedhelm, I think you'd be a wonderful person to do it. I think this is a historic moment for you to show some incredible leadership and guidance, because you know how all these things connect better than any of us. And it would be great to see your voice in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Colin, followed by Maria.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi, my name's Colin. I talked earlier already. I want to echo what Zoe and Tavi said earlier, particularly about ending sweeps from Santa Rosa Police Department. I don't know if there's any way that the Sonoma County Sheriff could also be forced to comply with some kind of sweep stop just within the city limits, wherever they might have like overlapping jurisdiction. I don't know if that occurs, but I've been present at a number of these sweeps and it's always horrifying. These are folks' homes. This is where they're trying to live. This is where they're trying to survive in the middle of a situation that has killed dozens of people locally and hundreds of thousands of people across the country. The last thing we need to be doing is targeting folks where they're trying to just exist. If we need to find spaces for them, there are plenty of abandoned structures, abandoned lots throughout Santa Rosa. I'm sure there are places that we could help folks just set up and provide them resources. I know at least for a segment of time, there was a camp kind of along Highway 12 where either the county or the city had been providing sanitation services and was doing trash pickups and had porta potty there briefly. I know that it was eventually taken away as well, because why treat people like people? So if there's something that this subcommittee could do to pressure the police department and Police Chief Navarro to exercise a little bit of humanity and just allow people to continue living wherever they're at, not moving them around. Not only is it a moral issue, it's also just a public health issue. Every time these camps are swept and people are distributed throughout the city, it presents another potential COVID spread. It's not good practice. The CDC has asked people to stop doing it. There's really nothing more that I can say about it. There's no good reason to continue sweeping these camps, and there are only bad reasons to continue doing it. And I'd like to see the subcommittee take some position on it at the very least, if not try to push in a direction. Thanks.
Thank you. Maria?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Maria Barakat. I am a member of the community. I engage with the Human Rights Commission of Sonoma County, and I do some volunteer work with Sonoma County Acts of Kindness. My priority and objectives for the subcommittee suggestions are that we are in the middle of a COVID pandemic. We are in the middle of winter, and that we need immediate emergency shelters and COVID-safe warming tents set up. There are people who are out on the street in freezing temperatures. We need accessible and sufficient numbers of beds in housing locations. We need sanitation and trash set up where encampments currently are. We need the police to stop sweeping because they disperse people and they have nowhere to go. The only time police engage with the unsheltered community in this town is whenever they are sweeping them. And in no way does it provide aid or care to the community. We need police oversight in all of these matters. And we also request a permanent setup at a property or land in town for people to camp if there is not sufficient housing available. And we know that these long-term projects, like Room Key and House Key, are going to take a lot of time. We need, in the meantime, an initiative that supports the large numbers of vulnerable, unsheltered people in this community, and especially with freezing cold temperatures and with a pandemic. We also request that you please prioritize getting vaccinations to this community who have health vulnerabilities and old age. Thank you.
Okay, our next caller is Laima. After Laima, we will be taking a brief break to reset our language translation services.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Laima, and I would also like to echo the comments that have been presented before me. First, I know that this is what was talked before, but the fact that so many folks have raised the concern about how they hadn't heard about or didn't know about the community engagement efforts that were mentioned during the previous presentation just shows to me how much work still needs to be done in order to effectively engage the community, and especially the community members that have been historically misrepresented and oppressed and their voices ignored. And I would also like to mention the issue regarding cops on campuses. I highly doubt that having more officers in schools is what makes students feel safe, specifically BIPOC students. And I'm obviously not the only one who thinks this way, because if I have heard correctly, the school board is fully supports the removal of cops from campuses in Santa Rosa. And also, it seems like the city is making an effort to move in the right direction, but in the end, it's still working within the frameworks of the system that was built to basically enrich, protect, and defend white folks while controlling, intimidating, and oppressing people of color in this country. And it's just shameful, in my opinion, that it took so long for the city to start doing this type when these issues, the issues of white supremacy and racism, have been around for decades, if not centuries. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And now we will take a brief recess in order to change over our translation services. Be back in a minute.
Interpreter Pablo, can you please unmute your screen and confirm that you're on the Spanish side? Thank you. Chair Fleming, we're ready to continue. Chair Fleming, and we're available to start again when you're ready. Our Spanish interpreters have been switched and we're ready to Zoom when the committee is ready.
Okay, I do see a quorum. Do you need to read anything or set that up in any way?
If the Spanish translator can let the members of the public that they can switch back to the Spanish channel.
Ahora los miembros de la comunidad hispanohablantes pueden cambiar el canal de español si quieren.
Okay, and if I can just read this really quickly. If you're participating in the meeting from the Spanish channel in Zoom, we have an interpreter on standby on the English channel to assist during your public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, please be sure to pause throughout your comment to allow for interpretation. Those using interpreter support will be afforded additional time for your public comment as required by the Brown Act. For Spanish speakers, at the time you hear your name called, turn off the Spanish channel to make your public comment. This item looks like a circle with an ES in the middle and the word Spanish underneath. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I need to take roll call.
Yep.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember Fleming.
Present. Thank you very much. So now we move on to the Santa Rosa Police Department model for response to mental illness or homelessness, or more commonly known as CAHOOTS. And prior to taking this item, I was advised by our city attorney out of an abundance of caution to disclose that I do work for the County of Sonoma as a social worker. And although I don't work for the mobile support team, I am an employee there. I don't believe that this presents any conflict of interest for me and that I am capable of evaluating the programs presented before us without bias and have no financial stake in the outcome of these discussions. Thank you. Would anybody else like to make a statement like that? Ms. Rogers.
Given my employment with the County of Sonoma, I just want to say for the record that that employment will not affect my ability and intent to act solely in the best interest of the city as we weigh the options for alternative responses to calls for services related to mental health, homelessness, and similar concerns.
Thank you. She said it much better than I did, but that too. All right, so staff will provide us an update on the contract with Whitebird Clinic. And I see here that our police captain, John Cregan, is joining us. Captain Cregan, I turn it over to you.
Great, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Today, I'm going to talk to the subcommittee about our continued citywide efforts toward transforming our police department's mental health response model. I presented twice to the subcommittee before, and today I'm going to focus on some significant steps we've taken over the last couple of months toward accomplishing our goal. So we'll start with this, a quick summary. I know we have a lot on the agenda today to go through, so I'm going to go through some quick summary of the things that we've accomplished. We started by meeting with some of our key community stakeholders in the mental health arena. NAMI Sonoma County has been a key part of those discussions and has such an intimate knowledge about some of the needs here in our community and about some of the providers who may be able to assist us as in our local nonprofit efforts. Obviously, Sonoma County Behavioral Health been a key part of these discussions, and we want them to be a part of our program, especially as it expands in the years to come. Buckaloo Programs, which has a strong presence here in Sonoma County, and our local hospitals, Memorial Hospital and Kaiser and Sutter, all play a key role in the mental health deliveries here in our county and are affected tremendously with ER visits and patients who get admitted into their facilities. One of the biggest updates that we're really excited about is to talk about our signing the agreement with Whitebird Clinic. So actually we started these conversations with them back in July, and it's been months of work toward reaching this, but I'm super excited to say as of yesterday, we've officially signed our agreement and we're in contract with Whitebird Clinics, and they're the nonprofit which administers or runs the CAHOOTS program in Eugene and Springfield, Oregon. So that's a big step forward for us, and I think it's going to help really carry the momentum forward at a more rapid pace going forward. One of the things with them we talked to, and it's we've been pushing them to sign this agreement, and a little bit of the backstory on that is they're obviously received national interest in growing this program, and agencies from across the country are reaching out to them. And we were one of the early agencies to reach out to them, and getting some of the backstory. They just finished getting the program up and running in Rochester, New York. And speaking with one of their directors yesterday, he said that the city of Santa Rosa is their top priority now. We're going to start with our first formal meetings next week as part of our contract. And he said that Santa Rosa was selected as just a few in a nation they're going to take on, and they've diverted out or most of the other agencies to other groups. And part of what made us stand apart was just our strong support from our chief of police, from our city council, our city manager, and our strong community desire to build a program here. So that's what put us to the top of the group. And I really feel that we're going to be able to build a program that's a example for the nation to follow. The next thing that we're going to talk about here, we've really been looking about how we can expand this and throughout our whole department and throughout the county. And so we started examining some of the different grant and training opportunities that are out there that can work collaboratively with this team. And one of them is a program, it's called the Law Enforcement Mental Health Learning Sites, and it's offered through the U.S. Department of Justice. And what it's designed for is agencies that have teams like this, like Kahoot style models, and who are kind of leaders in their regions with the mental health response with law enforcement. So we're just starting to explore this, and we believe it's something that we're going to be able to work with our team and potentially give us some reimbursement funds for this team for some training and some other things. So we just started this process. I'll have a lot more to come over the couple coming months to let the subcommittee know about. But I wanted just to put it on everyone's radar, and then we can do some more research on that as for the community. The next stage that we're working in right now actively is seeking some community feedback on what are the needs, because we don't want to build a program that is just for the police department. We want to build something that meets the needs of our community. And so we're starting out by using some of the resources through NAMI Sonoma County. Tonight, I'll actually be presenting to the Santa Rosa Community Advisory Board, and starting from the beginning of kind of telling what the Kahoots model is and what our vision is, and seeking feedback from this group. We'll also, one of the key deliverables from our contract with Whitebird Clinic is some community engagement, and to be able so they can continue to help us build a program that's modeled off of Eugene, Oregon, but also meets the needs of our unique community here in Santa Rosa. And then we've also been working closely with the different nonprofits here in Sonoma County to see who has, number one, the capacity to take on such a big project, and also the interest to be able to take on one of those projects. And can we go to the next slide, please? So a little bit on that, and we're still in the early stages of this, is we've identified one of the programs that has the biggest capacity and has the desire to be involved with our pilot program. And the first one on that is Buckaloo Programs. And Buckaloo Programs has a long history of both here in Sonoma County and Marin County, has many existing programs and staff already hired, and has had a big player in the mental health arena here. The second one is Catholic Charities. That many of you know, we have already existing city contracts with Catholic Charities. We have the host team and numerous other outreach programs here in the city and throughout Sonoma County. And thirdly, is we've been in early discussions with the Santa Rosa Fire Department as we examine some of our different medical responses. And Fire Chief Scott Westrope has been very engaged with the process and is so supportive of the Kahoots model and seeing what we can do with his medical expertise that he provides, whether it be using someone from the fire department to fulfill that role or using his expertise as we pick the best medical response. So there's still more work to be done on that one, but our approach right now is looking at having a program that has obviously a strong mental health response, but also incorporates, due to the unique needs here in Santa Rosa, of a homeless outreach. And so what we envision right now, but we'll continue to work with our council and with our community before any final decisions are made, what we envision right now is 3 different representatives being in our response model. and it would be a representative from Buccaloo with being a trained mental health clinician. We'd have a representative from Catholic Charities being our homeless outreach specialist, and then having a medical representative. And as we explore more, whether that be a fire representative or whether it be a EMT that we contract out with, we're still examining those things, but that's the model that we see working here for Santa Rosa, and especially part of our one-year pilot program that we're going to start out with. And a big part of getting this off the ground is establishing the budget and working toward finding alternative funding sources. And so we've really been putting a focus on looking at some state and federal grants, and also innovatively looking at some private funding opportunities. So one of the grants that we've already applied for is through SAMHSA, and SAMHSA is the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. That's through the Department of Health and Human Services, through the it's a federal agency. So we're applied for that, and that would give us up to $125,000 a year for up to 5 years. And it would specifically be for the training needs of this team, of our Kahoot staff. And obviously our mental health clinicians have abundance of training, but also our homeless outreach and our medical. And then also it would give us some training to be able to start increasing the mental health and de-escalation training for our local first responders. So that would be for our fire department and our police department. And we're hoping to be able to obtain this grant and then see how we can use it. The private funding is another interesting opportunity where we're looking towards some of our local hospitals who are heavily impacted by the mental health response here in Sonoma County. And so we're looking at partnering with some of these organizations whose missions and strategies are in alignment with the Cahoots model, and who are willing to donate funds to make this a comprehensive program that will benefit all members of our community. So there's still a lot more to come for this, but we're excited about being able to offset a significant portion between the grant and private funding, the significant portion of our general fund commitment to get this team off the ground and running. Some of the other key next steps that we have is we're going to be continuing to work with the Whitebird Clinic team there in Eugene about developing our training and identifying the equipment needs. And we hope to mirror their same training program that's worked so exceptionally well for now 32 years in Eugene. And they'll be also helping us develop, and we hope to mirror their same protocols and policies for the type of calls that this team goes to and how they're used as an asset throughout our city. And again, our plan is to focus first on this one-year pilot program as we get this off with the 3 different kind of team components that I've discussed. And then for the first year, what we envision is having 7 days a week for 10 hours a day. And then it'd be 2 teams that are working these 4-day shifts throughout the week. They'd have an overlap day on a Wednesday, and on that overlap day would be an increased engagement, and also have additional capacity for reaching out to some of the referrals they've got throughout the week and recontacting with some of the individuals they've reached out to or had calls for service throughout the week. We'll continue to work with the Whitebird Clinic, and community education and engagement is going to be a process that obviously we'll be working through during our pilot phase, but we envision that through the years to come, that to make this program successful, that community education and continuing engagement with all of our key stakeholders is going to be imperative, and it's something that we're going to ensure is one of the core elements of our team. One of the last steps here is just working with our other partners across the county, and we envision this team of expanding. We've had numerous conversations with the Roanoke Park Department of Public Safety and their city team, Petaluma Police Department, the Sonoma County Behavioral Health, and we look toward us kind of being the model for Sonoma County of getting this program off the ground, and then getting other cities who may eventually join in with our team. And we certainly want to see strong county input and participation as we get through this. So now I know we went through this stuff very fast, but all done with this presentation. I'm excited to take any questions about this program.
Thank you, Captain. Subcommittee members, any questions? I see a hand up from, I don't know who put their hand up first. So we'll go with Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Captain Cregan, for this presentation. It really is exciting. I know you talked about on the first slide, the Police Mental Health Collaboration Program. You said that's affiliated with the U.S. Department of Justice?
Correct, and that'll be for building these mental health learning sites right here in Santa Rosa. And then so what's that designed is for you build these learning sites, and then it's for to help with peer engagement. So for us to work with other law enforcement agencies and other key community partners and help developing in our fabric here in our county of some of the mental health programs and trying to expand upon the resources we have offered.
Okay, and so would they also, I know we have Whitebird Clinic to help support us as some technical assistance. Would that Police Mental Health Collaboration Program, do they also have the technical assistance, or is it more just bringing people together from their perspective?
From my understanding so far of looking into it, that it more helps support the work you're doing. So reimburse some of the funds for training. It's more of a reimbursement program, almost kind of like California Post, and reimbursing the efforts that you've done. But it'll certainly, we're going to look more into the resources that it offered, and I believe it will be able to provide some assistance, but it won't be able to take the place of what Whitebird Clinic is doing for us.
Great. And then, you know, you had mentioned collaboration with other county partners, and I've talked to other electeds from other jurisdictions, and it does seem, as you mentioned, we may be a little bit further ahead in this, because some people are talking implementation in 2022. Do you have a ballpark idea as to, I know there's a lot of moving parts, but as to when this actually this pilot program might actually be able to start here in Santa Rosa?
So our optimistic timeline is by this summer. So we're looking for a tentative July to August of being able to launch our pilot program. And that's something because it's been such a community goal to have this done, and it's a strong priority by our chief of police and city manager to carry this through. So now that we're actually in contract with Whitebird Clinic, I think we're going to be able to expedite this. And I think we'll be the first here in Sonoma County to be launching our program. And other agencies, Petaluma and Rohnert Park and the County of Sonoma will be following, but frankly, they're kind of waiting to see how our programs work and kind of use us as a model and a learning step as they expand their programs.
Okay. And I know here in Sonoma County, we also have the mobile support team that is a county funded. Can you explain the difference between what that team does versus what we're looking at Cahoots? Because it's my understanding the only way some of the mobile support team gets called to the scene is after a law enforcement officer has been there. That's not the model that we're looking at here, correct?
Correct. So our program is going to be transformational for that our goal is as many calls as this Cahoot style team can respond to without law enforcement. So we're trying to divert these calls that they'll still come through our Santa Rosa Police Dispatch, but they'll divert this team and there'll be no police response necessary. And so we'll work through the protocols for those cases. The mobile support team by the county is uniquely different under the current structure that they have, that the mobile support team will only respond once law enforcement has responded and secured the scene. And then they'll respond and they supplement law enforcement. So our Cahoots team will be distinctly different, is that they actually are absolutely in addition to law enforcement and they divert those calls. So that'll be a big difference. And I think it'll give us certainly an enhanced service for our community. And our hope is that we'll be able to have police officers to be able to go to more violent calls and that may necessitate a police response and not these mental health calls that don't always need that.
Yeah. And would this team have the ability to transport people in need?
Correct. So they would directly, if someone gets put on a mental health hold, they could transport themselves to our crisis stabilization unit. They would be able to do minor medical calls to local hospitals. Obviously, if it's anything significant, we'd have more an advanced response. The Cahoots team in Eugene does a lot of the upstream approach about transporting people just to doctor's appointments, to get medication, because our goal is to get those who are suffering in our community through mental health, is to get them to their doctor's appointment and make sure they're taking the medication, and really hope toward this upstream approach reduces the chances of them ever going into a crisis moment that results in law enforcement being called.
And you briefly mentioned some of our local healthcare providers. What has been their level of interest and how engaged have they been in these conversations about this opportunity?
Well, we're really excited for St. Joseph's and Kaiser and Sutter have all shown significant interest in being able to be a part of this program, to contribute to this program. we still are in the early stages of those conversations, and now seeing that we actually have a pathway to getting this program up and running later this year through our contract, I think that we're going to see us be able to finalize some of those talks, and I'll continue to update our council on that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
Yes. So really happy to hear that the fire department is going to be a part of this. I think they have a great relationship with the community in dealing with people in the community. Also, when you spoke about the shifts and multiple shifts, I hope we can make some correlations between the calls that we receive now for dispatch and making those at peak times, so that the community gets the best out of having this model here in Santa Rosa. And regular business hours, being in the mental health field, are not always the hours in which we see the most need for mental health assistance. I was wondering about the Buckaloo trained mental health clinician. Is that clinician going to be a licensed clinician, bachelor's level? What level of education would that person actually have? And then lastly, hoping that we can also, although I don't believe the county requires it at this time, to do annual or biannual refresher or trainings on the 5150 and how they change periodically and what does classify for 5150.
Okay, great. So the first question about the hours of the team. So that's something that we're going to be working with our analysts here at the police department to understand when are those peak hours. And that's again where the Cahoots program or Whitebird Clinic is going to be great with us, because we're really trying to follow their proven model. They have 32 years of providing an excellent service with this. And so we're going to try not to reinvent the wheel and to really follow their pattern. They're talking to us right now about some of the hours of like the afternoon to evening time being the peak times, but we'll look at our calls for service right here in Santa Rosa and make sure that we're providing them. And then also understand that our pilot program is just the beginning of this. As our nonprofits build capacity, we're going to try to expand this team, have additional teams. And our goal is to get to a 24/7 or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that we're always able to provide this service and to avert as many of the police and fire calls as we can. But that'll obviously be a work in progress. The training, that is our early indications of getting licensed mental health clinicians, but that's what we're also working with Cahoots on. So he already, their director that I'm working with is sending me some of their training guidelines and what their requirements are. So that'll be one of our first key deliverables that we get from them, is their exact training plans, and we're going to model that here and then see what changes there may be here with California and some of our requirements in our law. So I'll have more on that coming, but it's certainly going to be highly trained staff that have a unique level of expertise. That'll be something new to be able to provide here for our city. So we'll continue with that, and I think the key is that this program is going to get off the ground and running. We have this pilot, and that it's going to continue to grow. And I think the capacity of the team will certainly strengthen in the years to come. And we really hope to be the absolute model, not here in Sonoma County, but in the Bay Area and across the state. And we're just so excited for this relationship we'll be able to have. And I think it just speaks for our community, from the strong community support and the council support that we have and among our city leaders, that we'll be able to be that example.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And my question, and sorry if it was already answered, is I know last year when the mayor, when former Mayor Schwedhelm and Chief Navarro and the city manager and I went to the Department of Justice, there was talk about federal funding. And I don't know if you're familiar with those federal funds that may be available for mental health units. It seemed like that it was for mental health units within the police department. And I know we're talking about a slightly different model, but as you know, a steward of public resources, I hope that as we continue to go through this process, I'm wondering if we will continue to look for available grant sources and matching and partnerships to stretch these. My goal is to not just be responsible with public funds, but also to stretch these services so that most people get the kind of help that they need, and also that our officers are not put in the position of doing things that are outside of the scope of their expertise or interests wherever possible, and that we can preserve them for our most violent and threatening offenders, which are oftentimes not our patients.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, we spent extensive time examining both state and federal grant opportunities. The grant opportunities that you're referring to haven't been released yet, but we're closely watching them. And we have an analyst here at the police department that is spending time scouring for these grants and applying for the ones. And the one that we've already applied for that's available is that SAMHSA grant. And that's the one we're pursuing, but we'll certainly want to supplement that with additional grants. And part of establishing just our eligibility for these grants is to have having this pilot program and to show that we have concrete steps toward reaching this goal. So in the months to come, I think it'll make us a lot more competitive for these grants.
That's really exciting. And whoever is doing that work has my gratitude. And I think that might be one of the most valuable positions within the force, because it allows us to expand our reach without leaning on our taxpayers. So thank you to you and that person who is doing that work. Any more questions before we open up public comment? All right, I would like to now open public comment on this item. Do we need to read the public comment stuff from the clerk, or is it okay if I just go straight in? Okay.
You can go in.
Thank you. All right, we'll start with Evan, followed by Merlin. Evan, you're up.
All right. I would just like to commend collectively from City Council, Police Department, community members. Like, this sort of reform is exactly what community looks like in collaboration and using common sense and best practices, or at least it clearly has the intent of being so. And I'd like to commend the city and police department for making a priority to get in line to be a priority with the Eugene program to be able to implement more effectively. And also point out that I believe this idea came from community members in public comment that was viewed quite contentiously at the time. But maybe some of the things we say that feel a little heated now, when you get a little distance from them, are actually exactly what we need to be doing. I've got some questions, I think, for the community that will take time to clarify about infrastructural, chain of command and authority. Is this budget an independent line item on the Santa Rosa budget, or is this in addition or existing amendment to how Santa Rosa Police Department's budget is allocated? And what is the authority, the chain of command? Is this the chief that oversees this? Because you're going to get a lot of pushback. That is not going to go very well with the community if this is an expansion of the police department rather than a community-oriented service that works in collaboration with the police department. And I know that we're following the cahoots model, and I can't speak to how theirs work, but you've already identified times where you're willing to do something different than them because it's a better practice. So we really do just need to examine what the best practices are. Also, I previously have heard, I think Chief Navarro, and I may be mistaken, but I believe not, refer to that they think this may take 5% of calls. And I think that comment gets made because of how it'll correspond to budgeting again. But that 5% number doesn't add up from what I have reconciled. And I would like City Council to dig deeper into why are you coming up with a 5% number of calls that will be diverted when you've already said that most of your calls are for these types of issues? It seems like the Cahoots program, I know this won't happen overnight and it'll be a pilot process, but eventually could be as or more substantial than the police department itself. And again, that links back to the union comments I was making earlier. Also, I really hope Sergeant Cragen, I appreciate what you're doing. I hope you and Chief Navarro and everybody are really pushing a cultural embrace from SRPD officers. And I hope you understand that what you're doing is exactly the sentiments of people who said defund the police. And defund the police is a terrible marketing phrase, but in concept and in function, that's what this is. So I hope you can get a cultural shift to break that divide, to realize what we want is a safer, healthier community. Also, I'm curious about the classification criteria of what gets diverted. If you could elaborate and define that, right? And then also, it's a little bit concerning. It seems like kind of an echo chamber of the usual suspects that you would go to the Catholic Charities as your partnership when they are not very popular amongst actual activists and providers in the community for helping with the homelessness issue. And then lastly, I also hope we can add an element that's a fire response team that uses people instead of police officers collecting overtime pay for when we have fire for nonviolent issues happening, that we can incorporate that into this program. We shouldn't be paying outrageous sums of money for people to have officers burdened with extra overtime and the taxpayers burdened with the cost of that overtime. We should be using these sort of people to help with fire-related issues that are not immediately, violent or threat of loss of life.
Thank you, Evan. Merlin, followed by Alice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Evan is absolutely right. It's great that you're working on decreasing people's exposure to the police, but it should absolutely not be run under the province of the police department or their budget. The number one thing that you can immediately do to help with people's health is to protect them from the police, to keep the police away from them, give them a spot to be, open the fairgrounds up, protect them from the people that the last year should have shown you abuse the community, murder the community, and help not at all. Run this separate from the police. Take the police out of the picture, defund them. That is the number one thing that you can do for people's safety, for their mental health, for their housing situation, so that they can continue to build the resources that they need to get toward housing themselves, to provide for their stability, their safety, their community, and their basic needs, instead of being reset every single time they find a place to be, being chased off, having their things stolen by the police, being brutalized, being sent to jail, and then having to start all over again. The number one thing you can do here is to get the police out of the picture. And here you are, having the cops center stage in this discussion. Center stage in this discussion after a year of seeing the damage that they do, the harm that they do to the communities, to people of color, to unhoused people, and to all of us. I'm done.
Thank you, Merlin. Alice, followed by Allegra.
Thank you, Chair Fleming. I'm pleased to see this program starting. I'm trying to divert as many calls as possible from the police. And I completely agree that this program should not be under the police department. It should be under some sort of human services or healthcare department instead, for reasons that Merlin just stated. I would recommend, I am also deeply concerned that Catholic Charities is being considered as a partner for this. You should be aware that many people in the homeless community, I'm surprised how many I keep hearing this from, are regard Catholic Charities as an adversary to people who are homeless, rather than service providers, except in the most formal sense of having a contract to ostensibly provide services. As just one example from the report out of the at the closure of the Finley encampment that the city provided, which I was very glad the city did provide and would like to see more of. I was deeply concerned that of the 210 people that we were told were served by that encampment, for sanctioned encampment, 95 were transitioned to interim housing, and 6 to permanent housing, meaning that the majority, 109, were either kicked out by Catholic Charities or knew that they would be kicked out if they came back. And that's terrible. These services that are supposed to be for homeless people are kicking out more than half the people, or that people can't stay there because the situation is intolerable. So I recommend Brookwood Clinic instead of Catholic Charities as a partner, and also consider partnering with Acts of Kindness and Homeless Action as representatives working with the homeless community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice. Allegra, followed by Bibbs.
Hi. I just wanted to call and say that I support this effort. I really believe that we do need to move out of a punitive model of policing our residents to providing services to our residents, regardless of what kind of difficulties and challenges they've had in their lives. I think that continuing to build people up instead of trying to catch them doing something wrong and then jail them to what end is not the way to be. So I'm glad that we're taking this step, and I hope we continue to step forward. Like Evan said, I think we can expand this model and make a much bigger services model and a much smaller, if not non-existent, police force. I also would just like to echo others about the question on Catholic Charities. I wonder if there was a public process for these contracts and how that they were selected. Just wondering like more about, how did these decisions get made, and notification, which I think has been a theme of this meeting as well. So community safety starts with limiting community's contact with the police. Please keep moving these kinds of efforts forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Bibbs, followed by Maria.
Can you hear me?
Indeed, yes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Libby, and I will start off by saying I'm glad this is an item on the agenda. I'm glad that this conversation is being had, and I'm glad there's actually an effort being put forward to have more mental health services than more interactions with the police. What I will say is I want to echo everyone else that says you probably shouldn't be partnering with Catholic Charities. The fact that this happened without a lot of public awareness seems really suspect to me. I suggest moving forward, you be absolutely more transparent with the public. As aggravating as that might sound, it's the best thing for you to do, 100%. And ideally it would be great to see this thing turned into a larger service program with less police effort in general, because at the end of the day, the law was made up and crime is manufactured. And I'm going to keep bringing this up in every meeting, but we have to talk about how the police are a symptom of a white supremacist system and that we still operate under it. So please keep that in mind and think about that. Think about that for a long time. Thank you for your time. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Maria, followed by Bailey.
Hi there. Thank you for taking my comment again. I'd like to thank you, Chair Fleming and Sergeant Craig. And I appreciate this conversation and the progress of this sort of initiative in reducing the police engagement and giving police tools when engaging. I wanted to just give a little bit of feedback from my personal experience with the work that we've done to say that also Catholic Charities and the host team does not have a sufficient capacity to handle the amount of need through street outreach in consistent ways directing people to drop-off centers repeatedly who need services. People cannot get there. People do not have the ability to repeatedly show up across town. Things like that on just a basic level show some real challenges. Also, they're just not trusted in the unsheltered community. Secondly, I would like to inquire about funding. That you said federal funding was available. I'm wondering if this is funds that are maybe being allocated away from Housing First agenda. Another question that I have is, can another sanctioned encampment be opened up at the fairgrounds? The closure of Finley pre-winter, before cold weather, was cruel, and we need a new location for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Bailey, followed by Daniela.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Bailey. And I would like to say that, yes, I am in support of this Cahoots-like program. I definitely think that mental health professionals should be handling mental health cases. Coming from someone who is schizophrenic, the times that I have been in, I guess you'd say, a break or have had a bigger episode, the police were not the first on my list. They've never been on my list. I think that this program should not partake or should not have the police involved. I think that the professionals of mental health can definitely do their jobs because that's what they're trained to do. And the police are not trained to do that. Also, I think that there needs to be, I think that the police need to be defunded, and those funds do need to be reallocated to more services to give to the greater community. That is all I have. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much. Daniela, followed by Cox.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my comments. And yeah, I just wanted to say this is really exciting news. I was one of the many public commenters this summer who kept bringing up the Cahoots program. I actually lived in Eugene for a while. And thank you for listening, because I think this is a great first step, and I think it's a great first step for the county. I'm not a resident of Santa Rosa. I never know if I'm supposed to call in, but here I am. Hi, I live in Cotati. I've lived in Sonoma County, though, for 30 years, and I was a resident of Santa Rosa for a long time. But I'm hoping we can do something like this in Cotati. So if I could get someone's contact information, I would just love to create. I mean, I know that we're all looking to you as the leaders in this program with this pilot program. So, I'm hoping we can extend it, and so that Cotati could be involved as well. And then I just had another couple comments. So in 2017, the Cahoots program actually about 17%. They served 17% of the overall calls for the Eugene Police Department, their overall call volume. So they actually took 17% of that. So I'm thinking that, Santa Rosa is very similar to Eugene in many ways, the size, demographics. So I'm thinking that, Cahoots will be taking more than 5% as well. One of the previous commenters said that, maybe that's what we're thinking here. It's going to take maybe 5% of the police total call volume, but I'm thinking it will be more like what the Eugene program has. I'm wondering, as well as the Vice Mayor Rogers, I believe, asked whether those 10 hours a day were going to be peak times where, the Santa Rosa Police Department gets mental health phone calls. So I'm hoping that we can line those up. I mean, ideally, we would have something that's 24/7. And also to echo other callers, the 911 dispatchers should really be trained so that the police don't have to be involved at all, that those calls go directly to Cahoots, and then Cahoots can take over without having the police presence that I know, is requested with the mobile services team. So this is a totally different program and I think is going to be much more successful. And as we all know, a preventative approach is the best approach. And I guess my only other question was whether we were going to be able to fund, with that grant money or any other money, those 911 dispatchers. I think that's my last question. I actually have one other question. How is it budgeted? I believe Evan Phillips asked, is this a line budget from the police department or is it budgeted separately? So I think that's it, but thank you so much. And hopefully I could be in touch with someone about this program because I'm really excited.
Thank you. Cox, followed by Michael.
Hello. I do support the less, police engagement, especially in mental health crises, because police are not trained as mental health providers. They tend to escalate situations in all cases, but also especially in mental health situations. And also, it'd be interesting to see, what are the police, what's their level of training around therapeutic approaches? Do they get any training around anything like that? Or is there any interest in having counselors even go out with officers on other calls where this kind of cahoots-like program wouldn't maybe take that call, but still maybe a person who would go out just to make sure and can act as a de-escalator and also, policing the police kind of there to de-escalate the police if needed. But, it's interesting to see if there's interest in training police in therapeutic approaches, but also it'd be interesting to know how many of our police officers are receiving personal therapy so that they're not bringing their work, bringing their stuff into work, bringing their bias into work, bringing, their white supremacy and domestic, terrorist ideology into their workplace with them. Also, another thing with mental health is just physical health and well-being and having a safe place to be. And that has a lot to do with sanitation, providing the hand washing stations, especially during COVID, providing another winter shelter and long-term shelters, and also providing the bathrooms, which were previously provided and taken away. It seems like it's follows this very strategic format where there's these sweeps or like these really violent acts against our houseless communities, where it goes from like the East Santa Rosa down south, and it just keeps going in a cycle where it goes east to south in a cycle, and also follows a kind of like a news cycle as well, where it's kind of like, oh, we're allowing them to stay here, we're extending the time, or we put in a toilet, and then as soon as you get a little bit of public support, and then you take it back, and then you take away the toilets, you take away the hand washing station, you send in the police, you send in the bulldozers. And the last point I want to make is also a lot of the people who are there to clean up after when the encampments are destroyed and looted are people who are also houseless. They're there because they had repeated accounts of violations for quality of living ordinance violations. So that's something to consider as well. You're making them clean up after the violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, followed by Sarah.
Hi, so I want to echo the comments made earlier, particularly, making sure that this program doesn't fall under the police budget. I don't see any reason why it should fall under SRPD. And I'm worried that police would have the ability to, control that budget and allocate that money. And I don't think that they should have that ability. I also question the fact that, that Catholic Charities is the only entity that's in contract here, and they're really diversity of contracts, in my opinion. Honestly, I wish that more homeless people who are houseless in this community were in these calls or were able to attend these calls to give their own perspective. But having worked at Last Chance Village and other encampments, something I constantly have seen was distrust toward Catholic charities. So to make this program as effective as possible, I think that should be something, under consideration. And it's, making sure that police aren't responding to mental health calls is important, because the levels of violence that we've seen by police, again, that was completely, unjustified towards people with mental health disabilities is egregious. And it's not just the police, it's also the people who call the police. I've been in so many situations where I've been with a group of people and I've seen they see someone acting what they think is erratically on the street. And if they just call the police and they're just like, this is 1-800, make this person disappear. And so I think it's really important that those calls are not, routed to that. And that there isn't this idea that Santa Rosa police should be making these people disappear. There should be real solutions embedded in this. What I recall from the previous Santa Rosa auditor was this idea that morale among the Santa Rosa police was low because they were forced to respond to all these homeless calls. And, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to make these people disappear? Are they supposed to enforce these quality of life violations? I think it all kind of goes hand in hand. And so I really appreciate that this program is happening. I hope that we can get some clarification on the budgeting, and I hope that there's more of a diversity of contracts. And I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Sarah, followed by Keith.
Yes, hello. My name is Sarah Casmith, they, them pronouns. I agree with just so much of what's been said already, and I don't know that I have too much to add. But I do want to note that there was, just like earlier, Ms. Tejas was saying that the program had reached out to community members that aren't as able to navigate spaces like this. And I just want to, normally that's a value I deeply appreciate. But I just want to kind of pause and reflect on how many of the voices that you've been hearing from the public today and recently were voices that were present a year ago. So just to note that these are folks that didn't navigate spaces like this and have learned to do so. And so I just want to make sure that these are also voices that are incredibly important because they've made the effort to do that. And that just, that's something that can't be left out, because as we need to continue to reach out to community that isn't able to reach the space, when they do, that's also folks that need to be listened to. And you're hearing over and over again from people saying that that they don't trust police, that they don't that this is they don't trust Catholic charities. And I keep hearing that we need to repair the relationship and restore trust. And so there's kind of that those two things don't, they don't come together in some kind of middle ground and suddenly become a fix to the problem. We have to actually look into why people don't trust the police and start investigating that. And this is one of those programs that can lead us to that place of, starting to address some of the underlying problems. But as folks have said, Sonoma County Acts of Kindness is a really great program or organization to look to that works with the homeless community, that knows, that has relationships there and has that level of trust, has that in place. And I know y'all know them. I know SRPD does. And yeah, it's great that y'all are working with Cahoots. They're absolutely the gold standard for this kind of work. But also just remember that that's a program that started 32 years ago. And so just because it is embedded within the police there, that started under very different circumstances than what we have right now. So what we do to distance that program from the police so that it can gain the trust of the community is really important. I really don't think that it should be housed under the police. I can see some like logistics, dispatch reasons for that, but it's more critical to get the trust of the community when you're doing something like this. Thank you for your time.
So we're going to take Keith, Colin, Tavi, and Alan, and then we're going to take a brief break for, we've been going since 1. We're going to take a 5-minute bathroom break and changeover break as well. All right.
Sounds good. Can you hear me?
Can indeed.
Oh, I thought it was Keith. Can you hear me?
Are you Keith?
Yeah.
Great. Go for it.
I'm still Keith. Thank you. I feel like I'm living on a different planet. Please let me know if I cut out. It's so discouraging when I read in the paper that some malfeasance has been uncovered in the Santa Rosa Police Department, because I truly believe it's the best police agency we have in the county. Now, not saying it doesn't need improvement, but that article that hit last summer about withholding evidence and the city having to settle for some $200,000 because the department withheld evidence as recently as 2019. I just think you guys have, public safety has got to get serious about improving their reputation. But the real reason for my comment is this. This is at the far end of my son's suicide last spring, 2019, when an officer refused to call in the MST and he was dead within 24 hours. I complained to the police, and the police did their investigation, and it turned out, of course, with all police investigations, to my experience, the police department investigating themselves always comes up with a reason that they didn't do anything wrong. All right, so I'm used to that. But my hope with this CAHOOTS program is that no other parent has to go through what I have gone through trying to get help for my son and being refused and him ending up taking his own life the next time. I'm truly supportive of this direction the police department is going, and I hope no other parent has to suffer what I and many parents of addicted or mentally disturbed children have, and then losing them to suicide, which is, of course, a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin, followed by Tavi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name's Colin. I want to start by saying, Mr. Reinhardt, I'm so sorry for your loss. Like, you deserve better, and it sounds like your son deserved better as well. And I'm sorry that the police department did not come through for you. What I wanted to say about CAHOOTS, I think it's a great program. I think it's an excellent first step towards where we want to be heading. I think once we see that other agencies can start taking over some of these calls from the police department, we'll only find more and more creative solutions to say, well, how much do we really need the police department to do? And we can work on paring it down to their essential functions, maybe diverting in time and in the future more things away from them as well, and just entrusting the community to keep the community safe. I do want to add, and I believe that this is already part of the CAHOOTS program, is just making sure that calls for overdosing addicts, addicts in mental health crises would also hopefully be going through the CAHOOTS dispatch system on top of mental health crises, and how it's something that that greatly impacts both our community and just everyone in general. A lot of the times the three of them are intersecting. You'll have people with mental health issues who are addicted to drugs, or people who are houseless with mental health issues, or people with all three. And just understanding the intersection of those, and that police are not the correct respondents to any of those three situations, would be excellent. I also do have some similar concerns to other folks about it going under the traditional emergency response, like dispatch system, RADCOM. I would hope that maybe it can set up its own dispatch program, but I understand that that's a lot of logistical issues. And then what do you do with people who are calling 911 and then transferring them through? So I understand that that's a much more complicated subject than we probably have time for today. But other than that, thanks.
Thank you, Debbie, followed by Alan.
Hi, y'all. Again, can you hear me? Sorry for your loss, sir. And this is a consistent and a chronic issue we have here in Sonoma County. I do support Cahoots. I do think that we need to modify it to fit our community. It was the right floor plan in the beginning, but it does not fit the floor plan of our community. And how we change that is that we need a mediated listening session with our unsheltered and also those who have suffered from law enforcement dealing with mental illness. On March 12, 2007, this is from an article in the Bohemian in 2009. Jeremiah's parents knew that their 127-pound son, the product of a Black father and white mother, was having an episode of mental decompensation. They had tried to find mental health help for him the night before, to no availability. I'm not going to read all of this, but they called the fire department, which routed it to the police department, which routed the call to the sheriff's department, which officers shot their son 11 times. And I'm not going to go in gross detail, but that was in 2007. In 2019, Nino Boscal's mother called the police to request a welfare check since he was in the car in front of his house having a manic episode. And I'm not going to go into detail out of respect for the family, but this is a chronic issue in our community. The fact that we don't have sustainable help for mental disorders or drug addiction in our community is just creating the domino effect of disparities. And we need to take that in mind. We need to take communication and hold it close to us. We can't just take Cahoots and pretend that that's going to make everything better. We need to modify it. We need to adjust it to our community's needs. And this is with the input of the unsheltered. And I say mediated because we want Sonoma Acts of Kindness to a group that has shown consistency and rapport with the house list to mediate a conversation, because at this point, there is a lack of trust. And we really need to look at our patterns and we need to end them. So although this is a great effort, we are still far behind. So we need to do better.
Thank you. Our last public comment prior to our break will be Alan.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. So I'd like to echo the sentiments that I've heard from everyone about Cahoots being the right way to go, and moving as many services away from being done by the police department is exactly what we want to be doing. And also looking at other groups aside from Catholic Charities, because whoever is performing the service needs to be trusted in the community, and Catholic Charities is not. One thing that I would like to recommend is that we pay the employees who will be doing this valuable work at least, if not vastly more than we pay our police officers. Now, these are just rough estimate numbers, but roughly it costs about $5,000 and 6 to 8 months of training to become a police officer to go through the academy. And to become a social worker, it takes 4 years and around $40,000 at the low end. So it costs a lot more to do that. And so we need to be paying these people, what they're worth. And I'd also like to request that come out of the police department's budget. And I relinquish my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a very brief 5-minute break and return. Thank you.
Interpreter Charles, can you please turn on your screen and confirm that you're on the Spanish channel? Interpreter Charles, can you please give a thumbs up and check your mic, please? Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? Do we need another minute?
I'm ready to take roll call, Chair. I apologize. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember Fleming.
Present. Thank you. Do we need an interpreter update?
We've checked that the interpreter is on, and I can make the announcement again if you like.
Only if it's necessary, thank you.
Yep, we're good.
Okay, great. We had a couple of attendees wanting to make public comment. Thank you for your patience. Now would be the time to raise your hand if you have anything that you would like to add to our conversation on the mental health model. Okay, seeing none, do we have any pre-recorded or voicemail public comment?
We had no voicemail public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. I will now close public comment and bring this item back to the subcommittee for your questions. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, most of these are for Captain Craig questions that came up. So I'll just go in order, not necessarily in order, but the ones that I wrote down. So what will the police department's role be in this? It's my understanding because the police department controls the 911 system, they would be coming into 911. But could you explain what level of involvement the police department would have in this model?
Yeah, so it's a great question. And so our hope is to have very little police involvement in this. So there won't be police officers assigned with the team. They won't be patrolling with them. And the only time that they'll be going to calls is when the Cahoots team, it doesn't meet their criteria. And some of the key criterias are calls with violence or weapons. So there will be many calls though, following the Eugene model where an officer responds to the scene is stabilized, and similar to the mobile support team, then Cahoots will come in and provide their advanced level of service. But as many of the calls as we can, we'll send just the Cahoots team to them. There won't be the only contact will be a police dispatcher. We'll receive the call, we'll evaluate it if it meets the criteria, we'll dispatch that team, and that team will respond, and there'll be no marked or uniform police presence on the scene.
Okay, thank you. Then I also heard some questions about chain of command and budget locations. Can you explain? And I know this, you're talking about a pilot program. What have been the early discussions about those two items?
Well, the budget discussions will be a council decision that we'll go for the budget review and set the city priorities, and then ultimately decide where this funding comes from and where it sits with, is the easiest answer on that.
Okay, and then could you also talk about, I know you briefly mentioned it, but we heard a lot of comments about Catholic Charities. Can you talk about why they have been a player in these discussions?
Certainly. And we had a lot of discussions, and some of this comes from the advice of looking with our Cahoots model. And some of their advice is working with an established nonprofit is going to be able to get us off the ground. And some of the things is Catholic Charities has established relationships with the city. They're currently a contracted service provider for us for the city of Santa Rosa. They have staff in place with the local knowledge in our homeless community. They have a lot of established partnerships with our homeless groups and services here in our city and throughout the county. Catholic Charities in our talks with them is also willing to provide quite a bit of in-kind services, meaning using some of their established of some of their administrative staff and at no cost to us as part of their existing program. So it really helps reduce the cost to our taxpayers and to our city's general fund. And one of the keys for us of working with Cahoots is, and the strong community feedback that we got, that this is an immediate need for our community. And by using these established nonprofits like Catholic Charities and Buckaloo, it helps us get this pilot program off the ground and running as quickly as possible. We had a strong desire to do it with the new fiscal year coming up in July of 2021. And this is going to help us to be able to provide this critical service to our community as quickly as possible. And again, this is a one-year pilot that we're starting with, and we'll continue to evaluate as a city with our city leaders and council to what meets the needs of our community.
Okay, and then the last question I heard, well, there's a lot of questions, but about what type of calls get diverted, and I'm making the assumption that's part of the role that Cahoots would be playing. So if you could elaborate on that, and then also the whole aspect of if it's going through the 911 center or REDCOM, what type of training for those dispatchers would be taking place?
Yeah, so the primary calls are going to are obviously those in mental health crisis, with the exception of with weapons involved or violence involved. But also we talked about with intoxicated subjects, with drug overdoses. So that's a core part of their calls. But they're also assisting with this public services and our team is going to have that strong homeless emphasis of providing services, doing welfare checks, going out to some of our larger encampments, going out to just a homeless individual in crisis on a downtown street or anywhere in our city, and then again, a lot of those upstream approaches of taking people who are in crisis who they've been working with, and this team will quickly start to build strong relationships with some of the vulnerable members of our population here in the city, and they'll start being able to say, let me take you to the doctor's appointment, let me take you to get your meds and things like that. So that's going to be some of the core calls. Now our dispatchers are certainly going to have a training aspect. And for those, they'll initially come in through our 911 system. If it's a medical call, that's what goes to REDCOM. So those are separate and distinct dispatch centers. And ultimately, the Santa Rosa Police Department Dispatch Center will dispatch directly to Cahoots, and we'll work with training. It'll certainly add staff responsibilities upon our dispatch center, but we're working with our technical services manager for them to be able to incorporate that training and build it into the capacity of the team that we have. But also for us, we'll evaluate over this first year, what is the impacts on our dispatch center, and do we have the capacity to handle that? And that'll be part of the things that we're evaluating as a city.
Great, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Okay, hi. So I have a couple of questions going based on the dispatchers first. We heard last night that we're already short on dispatchers. So these would be separate dispatchers for the Cahoots program, or all the dispatchers will be trained in how to respond, incorporating the Cahoots program?
Yeah, so it will not be separate dispatchers. It'll be part of the job responsibilities of our current dispatcher, but it will add to their workload certainly. But to be clear, it's going to be them just diverting the calls. So we may get some additional calls that we have families that grow trust with this team who wouldn't have normally called the police department. So I actually hope we see an increased calls with those families reaching out to us and using this service that we have. But most of the work will be just, instead of sending it to a uniformed police officer, they'll be diverting it to this other team. And it won't be significant more work on that team. It'll be just using a different radio channel, basically, and dispatching it to the Cahoots team.
Okay. And I realize that the easiest and the fastest way, I'll say, to get this program implemented, has been said that Catholic Charities is the they're established here, but I think that we do need to listen to the community. And a part of having this program is to have people that are coming out that the community trusts and wants to work with. And if that is not the case, then I think it kind of is working against us and what we actually want the program to do. So I just hope that we are hearing the community speak. And I would have to say this would not be the first time that I've heard this and working in mental health. So I just hope that we're listening. In addition to, I hope that the staff for the Cahoots program is a diverse staff and staff that has different languages that they speak, only to make it easier, especially in the BIPOC community. Dealing with mental health is not an easy thing to ask for assistance. So just in that way, making it easier, it's easier to deal with people that look like you, that can relate to you a little better. And will the grant funding be able to assist with the 911 dispatchers in other areas besides training?
The current grant that we applied for, the SAMHSA grant, is training focused and would provide some equipment that we can do, but that's where we're going to be actively looking. That's a big part of our plan, is actively looking for other state and federal grants, working with some of the city resources that we have to be able to explore that. And that's going to be a key part of that for us to establish the funding and to reduce the impact to our general fund and to our community.
Okay, and my last question is, having worked in mental health for a while, what direct contact will the team have if things change? And I know that things can change fairly quickly. So will they have radios, or like what would be the direct contact that they would have for backup to ensure everyone's safety that is on a scene that does not have law enforcement present?
Absolutely, that's a key concern. So the first stage will be us evaluating the calls that they go to, and then they won't be in uniform, like in a police uniform. They'll have probably like a polo shirt or something with the Cahoots name or the name that we choose for our local team here. But they will have a police radio, so they'll have immediate mobile way to communicate with our teams and be able to call for resources, and then an officer could be dispatched to provide those services. And in speaking with the Cahoots team, they've done a tremendous job for the thousands of calls of service that they go to. They've had relatively minor incidents that have hurt with staff, but it's certainly a concern. And it's always going to be about evaluating the calls they go to and then building that trust between the police department and that team, that they work collaboratively to provide that service to our community.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. My questions, I think, largely will be answered as we start to roll this out. But one is, if in working with a nonprofit partner, would this be sent out for a competitive bid?
And that's something so to be clear, we haven't entered into a contract with any nonprofit. So the feedback that we're receiving from working with Cahoots and as we explore this is that an RFP process will certainly slow this down and won't make it realistic for us to start a program this summer. So the current model, but we're looking for feedback, is that we roll out the pilot with the nonprofits we've identified. We do this pilot year. We continue to evaluate what meets the needs of our city, what the best nonprofits are, and that'll be certainly something that we could explore in that year.
Okay. And so to start with, the cost center would come out of the police budget, and that's something that we could evaluate after the pilot period?
That'll be a council decision as you guys set your priority. And I think the set you guys up for success in that is going to be of me being able to come and talk about the grant opportunities and the private funding. And as we still establish that, and then council will be able to see what is the total cost of what this program, the pilot program, is going to take, and then we can make citywide council decisions about where that's going to come from.
It would also be helpful during the pilot period to track the reduction in, there's going to be some ways that it's going to require more coordination with officers, as highlighted by the Vice Mayor's last question around police backup, but there will be some ways that it's a reduction in stresses and calls for service. And then there will be more in terms of dispatch complexity. So, it's going to be a complicated picture, and I hope that we're able to capture that completely so that we assign the funding to reflect the needs therein. That's all of my questions. So we'll go straight into comments. And the comment that I wanted to make, which was around the RFP thing, is that, you know, a year and a half ago, we brought up whether or not we should send Catholic Charities or ask for an additional RFP, because Catholic Charities had been re-upped so many times without having a competitive bid process, and that this is not a slam on Catholic Charities. They do some really, you know, intense work for the city, but that it's just not good governance to continue to re-up contracts. It doesn't invite other players to the table, and it doesn't allow for the kind of accountability that we would like, or that I would like to see in government. So, you know, while I understand that there's a push and a pull here, I do hope that we have a very transparent process, and that we don't just continue to re-up contracts and expand them without adding I think we have a responsibility, regardless of, you know, they might be the best nonprofit in the world, but we have a responsibility in government to inspect our contracts and scrutinize them. So, you know, I'm not for just expanding that without a careful and critical eye. And then the other thing is that, you know, I know it will be council decision, but I'm hopeful that these that as hopefully the pressures on the police department will come down, and therefore funding levels to do what your core services are will not be as high, and that this can come out of the police budget if that's what's appropriate. But I think that we'll need more time to know how that's going to look. So those are my comments for now, and I see that the Vice Mayor has her hand up.
I forgot to put my hand down, but just again, thank you so much. I'm really excited to see where this goes.
Thank you. Councilmember Schwedhelm, your comments, please.
Thank you. I am very supportive of this program, and I like the direction we're going. I totally hear the RFP process, but quite frankly, what I've seen with some RFP process, it's for something of this urgent nature, I like the direction we're going with the pilot program with Catholic Charities, because I also know, Catholic Charities is populating our host team. So they're working with this population, and they're also bringing their own additional money and resources to the table. So I'm more comfortable with, as you've been mentioning, Captain Cregan, a 6-month or 12-month pilot program. And then absolutely, I think we could go out to RFP, because quite frankly, even our other partners with Buckaloo, there may be other resources out there. And by that time, you know, I'm hoping maybe even there's some county resources and other jurisdiction resources. So I think the best for our citizens, because that's the big thing here for Santa Rosa, this is not about what's going to make it easier on the police department or even the hospitals, but it's what's the best service delivery for those people of our community who are most vulnerable. And that's why I don't want to delay this until January of 2022. And if this is the route that we're going, I think it's very strategic. And I heard you say that your early consultation with Cahoots subject matter experts are saying that it's a good model that we're going for. So I would like you to continue, and I'm supportive of you continuing on the path that we've already begun. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. I think that we have exhausted this topic for today. So moving on to school resource officer update. And so I'll be turning this over to Chief Navarro.
Thank you, Chair Fleming, Vice Mayor Rogers, and Councilmember Schwedhelm. A few months ago, the committee asked for ongoing updates regarding our school resource officer program. I believe there's a slide that should be coming up, slide 5. There you go. So just a quick update on the where we've been. The school resource officer program was in effect, and we had a sergeant and 5 school resource officers. We had a partnership with the Santa Rosa City School District, and had an officer assigned to each of the high schools and their feeder middle school. And then we also had a relationship with the Santa Rosa or the Rosa School District and some of the other smaller school districts, working with them. We did a lot of education with staff and students on a variety of topics and crisis issues. They responded to emergency situations such as a shooting which occurred in October 2019 in front of one of our local schools. They've worked on teaching and mentoring and talking about alcohol abuse, drug awareness, gangs, discussing peer pressure, self-esteem. And they took the lead in our GREAT program, which was a life skills program, working with 5th grade students in several of the school districts. That was a program that we were in partnership with several different schools, where they asked us to come in and build better relationships with our youth. They've also in the past led our youth community police experience, and it's a program where we bring juniors and seniors and bring them in to have them learn more about public safety and the different areas within our department. They have also engaged in local nonprofits, mentoring youth, and being involved in community listening sessions recently. They've collaborated a lot with our other city departments and specifically with the violence prevention program over the years. They're involved in some of the restorative circles that occur on campus in the past, and some of the other awareness that they've done is drugs and vaping. They've addressed school safety both on and off campus. And one of the things that some of the other key things that they brought forward was specific training on active shooters for our staff and the teachers, and then also addressing significant incidents that occur on campus. They were also very, very instrumental in some of our recent emergencies. So they were part of the direct response to the glass fire, and in the days afterwards, and also dealing with the COVID over the last year. They were instrumental in dealing with protocols and managing these incidents as part of the incident management team. Currently, there's no campus or no school on campus at this time due to COVID-19, and we do not have an active MOU. The next slide, please. So this is our current status. Again, we don't have SROs on campus at this time. We had the Santa Rosa City Schools District Board. They set up an ad hoc committee which met for about 15 weeks to talk about current issues related around the SRO program. We had 3 employees, a sergeant and 2 officers who were part of that ad hoc committee, including, it also included Councilmember Fleming. It ran again for several weeks. There was some very good discussion going back and forth, and included community comment. However, there was no vote based on the recommendation by that ad hoc committee, which was to continue the program with some changes. And so, as we have been awaiting, the decision by the schools, we've also have had some significant staffing issues, as you are aware of. And so we've had to make some adjustments for this particular, for 2021. To address the staffing issues, some of the things that we did, we had to reassign our sergeant back to patrol. However, that sergeant continues to liaison with our local school districts for any questions or any issues that come up. and working with them to direct calls for service back to our beat officers. We've assigned 3 of the officers, of the SRO officers, back to patrol to assist with our staffing shortages. Again, calls for service are directed back to our beats. 2 officer positions were frozen because they were Measure O positions, and we have seen a revenue shortfall within Measure O. So to meet that need and to meet that budget revenue, we had to freeze 2 positions there. We are in ongoing conversations with the Santa Rosa City Schools District and also the Roseland School District on how we continue to partner in the future. There are some things that we are going to continue to have to work out. Number one, we continue to have staffing issues, and so our priorities are in patrol right now. We are going to need to look at an MOU that to sign with the school, any school district that we work with. Those are going to continue to be part of strengthening the learning environment for the students and how to support and transform safety on campus. Again, I've had conversations with the superintendent. We're both in agreement on the need to continue to move forward. Our staff, we are willing and committed to continue those conversations and be in dialogue with them to work on how to better provide safety for students and staff. So that is a quick overview of where we are. I don't know, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Again, there is a component of this that is outside of our control with the Santa Rosa City Schools District having to make their own decisions.
Thank you, Chief. I'll open it up to the subcommittee for questions. Vice Mayor, Mr. Schwedhelm, any questions? Okay. Seeing none, I will now open public comment. And I want to let the public and staff know that we have to adjourn this meeting for staffing reasons at 5:25 p.m. So if we don't get to you, that is because of things that are beyond our control, and we will resume this meeting when we get another time, and we'll make that sure that's public. So we'll start with Lee, followed by Evan.
Hi, this is Lee. I'm calling again. A couple of things I just want to again state as a member of the community. I again am in strong favor of the leadership of this community funding programs like Cahoots. As far as the schools, I think that again, we have another issue here of police are absolutely not capable of distinguishing between a person who's having a mental illness crisis at a school versus somebody who's just not obeying orders. And I think that puts the most vulnerable kids in the most amount of danger. And those kids need to be protected with mental health resources. That's not an appropriate place for trying to have a good relationship with the community. Kind of circles back to the human rights violations report and making sure those things are taken care of in the community first and foremost. Again, I'm totally in favor of funding programs that will increase salaries for social workers who will deal with that already deal with issues that are huge and beyond the scope of what law enforcement is usually educated to be able to deal with. It takes a lot longer. It takes years of education to understand the nuances of mental health issues, and especially in the school setting. I'm a former teacher. I have a mental health issues. I'm very concerned for lots of reasons in the community that it would serve us all to have funding be for people who are better educated to take care of the situations that are happening, and even further increasing funding for communities so that these issues aren't even in the streets in the first place. So I yield the rest of my time. Thank you again for having these meetings.
Thank you. Evan, followed by Merlin.
Thank you for taking my comment. I'm sure you're probably getting tired of my voice. This is a conversation that's really about best practices. I work for an organization as an independent contractor that's locally based called Community Matters. That is one of the foremost, if not the foremost, campus safety and climate safety, on campus experts in the country, if not the world. I think both the city and San Jose Police Department are familiar with them. The history of SROs is being completely overlooked in this discussion. SROs being standardized is not for the reasons that Chief Navarro laid out, which were lots of good things that they can add, but those are not unique services that they offer outside of shootings. The standardization of SROs was out of response to mass school shootings. And to date, 0 mass school shootings.
Evan, we're having a hard time.
Can you hear me? Hello?
No, yes.
Okay, the standardization of SROs was a response to mass school shootings. That's why they were put there, not for the things to do that Chief Navarro laid out. And that's a fact of history. That's not any type of interpretation. They have yet to stop a single mass shooting, even when there is an SRO. Not to say that they couldn't be a deterrent for them happening, but that's a different discussion. However, the data is empirical about what has happened with the increase of SROs, which is a massive increase of arrests and suspensions over very small and petty things, disproportionately affecting BIPOC and low-income students. So for all the things that, it's not a slight to an officer for the good things that they do. I personally know Officer Crosby and consider him to be one of the most upstanding and incredible members of this community. That's not the point, the defensiveness you get from people defending SROs. It's about best practices and what the initial purpose was at all. And for the cost of one officer, you could fund the entire city to have a program that like Community Matters offers that is not, it's in a lot of schools, it's not in every single school. So do you want to prevent these things from happening? And do you want to actually increase school safety with actual data, evidence, and proof? Or do you want to do something that just seems like a logical line that doesn't have a lot of evidence to back it about SROs increasing school safety? And when there are really dramatic things like shootings, we already have a police department that's active on their normal beats to respond. No SRO has ever stopped a mass shooting, and that's why they were there in the first place. And then ironically, in the city of Santa Rosa, you have access to an organization that is one of the leaders, if not the leaders, in school safety that can be funded for the cost of just one of these officers city-wide. It is like mind-boggling we'd even be having this discussion about a use of funds in SRO. So thank you very much. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Merlin, followed by Keith.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Schools have done the right thing and kicked cops off of campus. They're keeping these violent criminals away from our children. That is absolutely the right thing to do. And look at these creeps trying to insert themselves back into the lives of our children. That should concern everyone. I am so pleased to hear that the police are having staffing difficulties and staffing shortages. That is exactly what we need. Continue that trend. Absolutely applause. Do more of that. Defund them. Take away their staff. Take away the money that they pay their staff with. Take those resource officers that were on campus, and instead of inserting them back into the communities around the schools, get rid of them. The schools said we don't need them. We don't. Listen to the schools. They know what's up. Keep these violent criminals away from children and away from the rest of us. We don't need their violence. We don't need their guns. We don't need their abuse. Nobody needs that. Children don't need that. People of color don't need that. Other marginalized groups don't need that. None of us need that. Thank you.
Mark, followed by Bibbs.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, I was a member of the SRO ad hoc committee that met this past summer. I wish to offer my support for continuing the SRO program with some modifications at Santa Rosa City Schools. This support was also offered by 24 of the 27 people by vote at the conclusion of our ad hoc meetings, as noted in the December 16th letter from President Fong. This committee was comprised of what appeared to be a majority of people of color, yet race and ethnicity were not part of the selection process. It was particularly disappointing to not see support and involvement by the City Council on this important committee, since Victoria Fleming was listed as a member yet chose not to attend any of the meetings. Also noted in President Fong's letter was that 8% of the students surveyed stated that they had some level of dissatisfaction with the SRO program. Students of color make up almost 70% of the middle and high school student demographic, so it's only logical that 60% of this 8% were students of color. More importantly, if looking through an equity lens to see which students would be harmed most by a decision, the 40% of students who felt safer with SROs on campus would now feel unsafe and be harmed most. I'll ask you the same question I asked the school board. What is the educational and emotional process that you are going to undertake to support the large majority of our students, as well as the admin and staff personnel who are going to be traumatized because they will no longer feel safe on their campuses if SROs are removed? In the school board's special meeting on November 9th, several directors mentioned the need for SRPD to acknowledge and apologize for the shootings of Andy Lopez and Jeremiah Chase before they could move forward with any kind of support for the SRO program. SRPD was not involved in these tragic shootings. It was the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department. This would be like asking the Santa Rosa City School District to apologize for an incident that occurred in the Healdsburg District. They are different organizations. I truly hope that the SRPD will be able to continue providing the valuable SRO program at no cost to the Santa Rosa City schools. The city and school board should work together to develop a new memorandum of understanding that is acceptable to both parties. The SRO program is an excellent opportunity for young students to hope to build relationships and bridges with police officers in our community in order to alleviate any possible fears that may exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith, followed by Bibbs.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the other end of my sad tale, and I want to thank Evan and other folks for their kind comments about my late son, Liam. Liam was put into the system by a Santa Rosa resource officer in 2009 under no tolerance, and that was because of the school district at the time had no tolerance. And I actually went around town objecting to why were SROs even in schools. I didn't even know there were cops on campus when I put my kid back into mainstream school. So to correct the point of order now, it may have been standardized, what Evan was saying. However, we put cops in schools in 1994, 5 years before Columbine. And the reason was an increase in gang activity stemming from what was going on in Los Angeles after the Rodney King verdict. So the whole reason that we have SROs in Santa Rosa, in my opinion, was racist in nature, going after people of color and trying to find out which family members were in gangs. And that is what I believe is the inception of our SRO program. And frankly, it's shameful. Secondly, when my son, who was only 15, was detained by a detective for over 4 hours and admitted to all kinds of things because nobody called me, nobody called the parent. Fortunately, that can't happen anymore to a student who's under 16. But you cannot trust the police department to do the right thing in cases like this. They get a kid in a room and they start promising the kid, as you know, it's legal for an officer to lie to a subject in order to gain information. That's been established in court already. And that's exactly what happened to Liam. And I'm not saying he didn't do bad things, and I'm not saying that he was a perfect kid, because he was far from that, but he was certainly loved. I don't think a cop should be allowed to talk to anybody under 18 without parental permission. And I certainly don't think that we need SROs on campus. And I believe that it's mainly driven by the teachers and the parents. And regarding Mark's earlier comment, I don't think kids are afraid to be in school, and I don't think they're going to be afraid to be in school. We were never afraid to be in school before there were cops on campus. And we put cops on campus a full 5 years before Columbine. So that argument is out the window. Anyway, I appreciate this committee. Thank you for letting me speak. And I'll go now.
Thank you. Bibbs, followed by Julia.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
All right. I remember being a child in the early 90s and early 2000s and remembering how much there was police propaganda just being pushed at me all the time. And everyone was telling me that cops were heroes and that they were here to protect us. And then I grew up and learned that that was actually not the truth, and that they're really only here to support the wealthy, rich class and cis people. Cis white people. So that's the thing, is that I don't agree with having an SRO program at all, because what I was told as a kid was a lie. And I can imagine the cops trying to make themselves look good to these children and say, hey, this is a good vocation you should do. You can use this to protect your community. When in reality, it's just another facet of the white supremacist system that we operate under. So yeah, the fact you're trying to maintain this program, even though the whole school board was against it, that's really suspect and frankly very disrespectful. So if you're really trying to connect with your community, maybe just leave them be and leave the handling of other people to other people. It's great to hear that the cops are losing more positions and funding, because frankly, we need more of this money for other services for other people. We need more money for the Cahoots program. We need more money for ILARO we need it to be used properly for regenerative practices. We can't keep operating under the same paradigm. If you keep putting SROs in schools, you're just going to tell the people that you're not listening to them and you're not taking them seriously. So really think on that. And again, the school board was not down. So I don't know what more you need to back off, Navarro, but you should probably back off. I yield my time.
Thank you, Julia, followed by Colin. Julia, are you with us? Okay. Because we're tight on time, we're going to come back to you, Colin.
Hey, can you hear me? Hi, it's Colin again. I'll keep it quick since you're short on time. Just a small kind of fact-checky kind of thing. Indicating that the school board has not voted yet on removing SROs or not, while technically true, at the last meeting that the school board had regarding the question of SROs, they did this kind of straw poll vote at the end, of course non-binding, so we don't know what their official vote is going to be yet, but out of the 8 members present, 7 of them indicated that they would support moving forward with removing SROs from campuses. Citing that they're already off campuses currently because of the pandemic, and it's a lot easier to just say that they shouldn't come back as opposed to having to bring them all the way back onto campus and then turn around and tell them that they have to leave. So a little disingenuous to say that they haven't voted on it yet. You're riding on a technicality there. They have essentially said that they want to move ahead with doing that, and it'll be great to see this subcommittee and the council in general support the school board in their decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Cox, followed by Natalie.
Just to echo what everyone else has said, just to listen to the school board is being informed by the community. And if I agree, if Navarro, if you were to keep pushing this program onto the community, you know, if you say that you want to support the community and build trust, this is how you do it, is by listening to them. I believe that having resource officers in schools in general is socializing, conditioning, and normalizing our children to over-policing, especially to Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities. They are being conditioned to obey and comply with officers, even when those officers are not trained as behavioral health technicians in cases of mental health and autism and other behavioral and learning developmental stages that they're not aware of and they're not going to be trained on, I'm assuming, on how to interact with those type of youth. And also, again, it goes back to just like why we're not sending out police on mental health calls. It's just our students don't need police officers. They already have principals and deans and teachers who do that kind of the redirections. And what I've learned from working as a child care counselor is that what's most supportive to youth is having therapists and counselors and therapeutic approaches and restorative justice rather than a police. And I agree with that, like the school board's decision to move away from that. And I agree with them because what we really need is more mental health services. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie, followed by Alan.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Good evening. I don't have anything new or revolutionary to say, but I do want to add my voice to the chorus of comments tonight. As a former teacher myself and a current parent in Santa Rosa City Schools, I just want to say this issue is very important to me. I don't see any place for police on our school campuses. I said that to the Santa Rosa City School Board, and I'll continue to make my voice heard there. But as Evan mentioned earlier, there is no evidence to support that police officers make our schools any safer. And as Cox just said, what we really need is more therapists and counselors and those sorts of services available to our students. It was brought up at the school board that this is a program that's free to the school board, but it's not free to our community. And as a taxpayer in Santa Rosa, it is expensive, and I would much rather see that funding go towards other programs, and definitely like the Cahoots program, things like that. I'd rather see, instead of officers on school, I'd much rather see that money going towards these outreach people that are going to be helping the community at risk. Thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Alan, followed by Kelsey.
Hi, everyone. Alan from Santa Rosa. I'm calling for a few reasons. One, because Chief Navarro was indicating that they're, not able to have the staffing now, and they need more staffing in order to have resource officers in schools. I mean, that seems like an easy solution. Don't have them. But I think the reason that he wants to have them is because that's another area of recruitment to try and get more staffing for him through what a lot of people call propaganda, where it's ingrained in society that police are the solution for way more things than they can actually solve or actually should be trying to solve. So I think that that's really why that's trying to happen. And I don't believe that police officers have any place in schools whatsoever. And then to another caller who mentioned that since it was the sheriff's department that murdered Andy Lopez, that the Santa Rosa Police Department shouldn't have to apologize for that. I mean, this whole issue, we're talking about having police officers around children, and a law enforcement officer in our community killed a child. I don't think that child's parents cares if it was the Santa Rosa Police Department or the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department. If the Santa Rosa Police Department isn't very strongly condemning bad actions of their peers, then they're complicit in those actions. And that goes for their peers everywhere, but especially for those here local in the community. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Kelsey, followed by Tabi.
Hi there. I just want to echo what other people are saying and also speak directly to one of the previous callers who was talking about the ad hoc committee that sort of voted and took surveys around whether they were okay with the SRO program. It was discussed at length in the board meeting, and already they've been heard from on multiple levels. I just want to say that just because the majority of people are okay with something doesn't mean it's actually okay. Just sometimes the right thing to do, the anti-racist thing to do, does involve looking at a small percent of people, a minority of people, and people in minority communities, and listening to what they are saying about what they need and whether they feel safe, as opposed to telling them that it is okay, even though they feel unsafe. I don't believe it's a lack of understanding, respect, or contact with police at a young age that makes kids of color feel unsafe around cops. I believe that it's because of their lived experiences personally, and their parents and their peers, and the talk that they get that contributes to that feeling and the very real harm and consequences that come from having that contact, known as the school to prison pipeline. So we can start always by just listening to the communities that are really affected and following what they're asking for. Thanks.
Thank you. Tabi?
Hey y'all, can you hear me again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I just want to touch on the school to prison pipeline. Let's just define that a little bit. And it's, taking young adults from disadvantaged backgrounds to become incarcerated because of increasingly harsh school and municipal policies. So let's just start with that and listen to that a little bit. Along with what Evan and everybody is saying, I'm going to reiterate, if you go on srcity.org, you're going to get a list of duties and responsibilities of these SRO officers. And a few of them is basically taking the role of teachers, educating both staff and students on various topics, including constitutional law, drug awareness, gangs, juvenile law, and court procedures. Resources for hard to control and out of control kids. There we go, right there. It reiterates why we need cahoots. Self-esteem and peer pressure. I don't know if school resource officers are necessarily great for self-esteem or peer pressure. Teen alcohol use, I don't think they're great for that either. If anything, having an officer's presence in lower income neighborhoods would probably drive me at 16 to drink. My thing is that there is literally no communication with parents. And where is it that the parents get involved? These are minors we're talking about, with influences from law enforcement officers on campus. This is intimidation. And if we look at the West Side versus the East Side, you don't see this presence prevalent in any of the schools that are mainly white. So that shows me that it is a form of oppression. It is a form of intimidation, which shows that there is white supremacy prevalent in our law enforcement. We need to talk about that. We really, really need to talk about that. We're not creating upstanding citizens. You're not helping our people if you're not listening to our people. And this is BIPOC people. This is people on the West Side. We need resources. You're called school resource officers, but yet there's a lack of resources to provide substantial help for parents. And as a single mother, as a woman of color and a daughter of a refugee, to the fact that it took them so long to even put a public library in Roseland is egregious. Resources for parents to keep their kids out of trouble. We need to think about where we put our resources in this community. And with that said, done.
Thank you. Do we have any voicemail public comment?
Yes, hi, my name is Elizabeth Mayer.
Was that the conclusion of voicemail public comment? You're muted, Sandy.
Yes, hi, my name is Elizabeth Merrick, and I am calling to comment on agenda items 6.2 and 6.3. I would like to voice my support for the school SRO program officer, and I would also like to voice my support for an auditor who is not based in politics on the 6.3 agenda. I feel that it's important that there is an auditor that is not politically based, and that is critical. And I give my support to the Santa Rosa Police Department. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, Peter Merrick, it's Monday, commenting on item 6.2, the school resource officer. It's a very important position, and it should only be increased because of the, there's more people, so we need money to support that program. Yeah, thank you.
All right, that now concludes public comments. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the council or the subcommittee for comments. Who would like to go first? We got 12 minutes to solve this one.
I don't mind going first if you'd like.
Go for it.
For me, there's been a whole process with the school board, and it's their decision. I'm supportive of whatever direction the school board's going to want to go. We haven't had much discussion about the merits of it. I know it was a lengthy process, but we're not going to rehash that thing. It sounds like the school board's made their decision, and let's move forward.
Before moving on, I just wanted to add a piece of information, which is that while I was the liaison to the committee, I was unable to attend the meetings, as was noted by one of our callers. And this was because the school board chose to put their meetings on Tuesday evenings, which is when we have our council meetings. So that was a challenge, but I did read the reports. So thank you for understanding. Natalie, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Same as Tom, supporting with the school board.
Supporting the school board decision. At this point, the school board has not made an official decision. So do we want to take a position on this outside of what they decide to do?
As far as I know, I didn't think that it's their schools. What position can we?
It's their schools, but it's our money.
Oh.
Do we want to pay for 5 SROs?
Is that a question for Natalie or who?
It's a question. It's a, I'm trying to understand what the recommendation from this subcommittee is going to be, because the schools can, another option would be that we could defer upon a formal decision from the schools, but their decision does not bind us to comply with it. It only, they're either going to say we don't want you there, and that's fine, or they're going to say we do want you there, and then we have a decision to make. Are we going to show up?
The mayor will be meeting with the president and the superintendent. I could bring forward whatever, if the desire is for the school board to make a decision, I'm happy to communicate that back to the superintendent, to the president, that's going to be the subcommittee recommendation, or any other recommendation. I just wanted to make you aware that we're going to be sitting down very shortly and having a conversation. So I'm happy to communicate whatever it is that the subcommittee wants me to communicate.
I, for one, would be most comfortable weighing in after hearing the formal recommendation from the school board. I think that asking us to make a decision ahead of their decision puts us in a tough position.
So I'm happy to communicate that if that's the subcommittee's. It sounds like that's the subcommittee's recommendation. I'm happy to communicate that.
Can I get some thumbs up or not?
Well, and for me, I think a lot more discussion needs to take place, because I don't know all the information. I tried to follow as much as I could with the SRO discussion, but quite frankly, I would think the time to discuss this is when the city manager presents the next year's fiscal budget to the city council, and whether it's included or not, that buys us a couple of months to, for whatever the school board's going to be doing. But for me, it's a conversation between the chief of police and the city manager, because it is a Santa Rosa police resource. How we want to utilize that, I'll be anxious to hear during the next budget process how they're going to include that.
Okay. Well, I see it as that, but it's also a philosophical question about having people feel safe in our community. And we heard that 40% of people feel safer with police in the schools, which means that 60% of people did not agree that they felt safer. So I think that, we need to take this on if it's the desire of the schools to have us fund this. So, Vice Mayor, do you have any comments before we conclude?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So unfortunately for today, we are not able to get to the following items, which were the police auditor position and a discussion around the social media post of last week. I will be working with the city manager and his staff to get us another meeting as soon as possible. I want to thank the community for your participation. Vice Mayor Rogers, Mr. Schwedhelm, City Attorney, Mr. Navarro, Ms. Tejas, Captain Cregan, and anybody else who I might have missed, as well as our interpreters and our technical support from Sandy and Liz. Thank you to everybody who makes all of this happen. So with that, I adjourn this meeting.